watching Real Simple News with Kale McCullough on Friday, September 4th, 2020. And today's top batshit crazy story from Crazyland: Chicago gang pact shoosh cops on site, and New York Governor Cuomo threatens Trump over anti-riot order, says you better bring a military. Real Simple News is an open source news organization. You can find us on GitHub at github.com/Real Simple News/Real Simple News. And this is issue ticket 98 for this show. And here you can find, if you find any sort of factual errors in the stories, you can comment on them below. And as you can see, there's a bazillion stories tonight. And you can comment below. It's going to be hard for most people to find that if you don't know GitHub. So it's going to be a lot easier to go to realsimplenews.net/issue 98 for this show, where you can find links to us on YouTube and Twitter at RSS Commentary. And you can find the link to the GitHub issue ticket. As well, you can make a donation down at the bottom of the page. And all donations go to fund my AI technology, WikiSpy, an open source fact-checking service and tool to monitor wiki-like sites for tampering by hostile actors and political bias. And the Real Simple News Network app that will help you build AI thumbnails, AI thumbnail collages, such as you can see here. And it will automate away hours worth of work to do indie news broadcasts. And in today's top story, FBI warns Chicago gangs have a shoot-on-sight pact against cops. Dozens of Chicago street gangs made a pact to shoot any cop on sight that has a weapon drawn on any subject in public, according to the FBI warning. The FBI's potential activity threat warns that almost 36 gangs have reached the agreement, including Vice Lords, Black P. Stones, and Latin Kings, according to ABC7 Chicago, which obtained a copy. Quote, members of these gang factions have been actively searching for and filming police officers in the performance of their official duties, end quote, warns the alert sent to law enforcement and according to the outlet. Quote, the purpose of which to catch on film an officer drawing his or her weapon on any subject and the subsequent shoot on sight of said officer in order to garner national media attention, end quote, the August 26th alert says. And that's what a lot of this stuff is. People need to understand you can't trust hood Democrats. If you're unaware of what a hood Democrat is, they are low-income, big city liberals who live up in the hood, and they have low GPAs, high crime, high drug abuse rates, and they believe fake news, and they will make fake news in order to get likes on social media and to propagate their narrative that the white cops are hunting down unarmed black man to gun down people of color because they're racist, and it's a load of shit. These people, a lot of them are actually criminals. You cannot trust a lot of these hood Democrats, but there is a solution. You can walk away from the batshit crazy Democrats, and you could say, no, I'm not a dogmatic hater who believes in cultural Marxism and the doctrine of diversity. I don't think that all white teams are inferior. I just think that heterodoxies are inferior. When everybody thinks the same way, when you're in a groupthink echo chamber, that is definitely not a good thing. But this is what is going on the left. The hood Democrats are in a groupthink echo chamber. They block people out on social media, so they only get one person's side. And they are, because they live in the city, people think that just because you live in the city, that means that you are smarter. Like, oh, well, there's a lot of people around in the city, so that means that, like, we're smarter than the country people, right? No, actually, this means that in the city, fake news can fly around a lot faster, and your peer groups, there's a lot more people in the peer group to put pressure on you to believe the fake news and the lies from the mainstream media. They think, oh, well, this person has a title in their name, and so that means that we can trust everything that they say. And trust me, in my experience as a computer engineer, I think a lot of these people are complete bozos. They're posers. They just like went to school and they didn't really like care about it too much, and then they got into the workplace, and then like they got a little bit of like credentials, but in the end, they don't really have shit going down, and a lot of them are bozos. So if you believe everything that these people tell you, you're going to be believing fake news. So just be careful when you're dealing with low-income big city Democrats, because they're oftentimes they're on weird drugs. And if you go to their house and you like look around, you'll see turkey basters, and they're like actually like booty bumping pills, and they got some like it looks like they haven't taken out the recycling and trash for some number of months, and then there's some rats back there or something. So, I mean, I'm not saying they're all like that, but we're talking about people up in the hood. You know, they might be on crack. I mean, they might seem nice in public, like they're the chill one, you know, but they're like going off on somebody on Facebook, right? You're like, oh, well, somebody, there's like a couple of these people and they're teaming up on this guy. So this guy must be wrong because like he's burning them. And so that means that like he's like oppressing these people. And then as it turns out, really actually these people on the internet are just like bozos. They get like all pissed off. They don't read too far into it. So they read what you wrote, but like they don't really understand exactly what you said. And then they get pissed, and then they like make judgments based upon your race and your gender and your religious background or upbringing. And they turn into a leftist hate mob when they start canceling you because they can't understand. You're like, okay, well, there's all these leftists always attacking me all the time. So it must be it's like from the outside, you're like, okay, well, this dude must have done something, right? Nah, man. It's just that there's a bunch of like goodies, and then they think you're like being racist when you're like telling people what's up, like tell them real talk, because they can't deal with it. They can't deal with it because their entire life's based upon lies. Like the white feminists, it's not just the hood Democrats. Okay, so like they got this hierarchy that goes up to the top of the ivory tower. The ivory tower is a metaphor for a very extremely corrupt power structure that was built by white supremacists, and it's also a metaphor for buildings, skyscrapers. They're often ivory tower liberals work on them. So at the bottom, of the pyramid, you have the Antifa, the street enforcers, the communists, the people that like will come and assassinate some Patriot Prayer dude just because he's got a hat on and he's a Christian and he believes in free speech. And then above them, you have the hood Democrats, because it's a pyramid of victimization here. They're competing to see who is the biggest victim, so that they can have the diversity scholarship. And so the hood Democrats, they're like have more minorities in that demographic. So they're above the anarchist street kids at the bottom, because who likes Antifa, right? But then you can't criticize the black looter mob because of the African Americans that will cry about oppression they've never really actually experienced. They're like getting all hopped up on weird drugs, smoking crack, robbing people, having sex with bizarre people down at the porn shop while doing whippets, going to some weird parties, hanging out with some people all night long where there's some crack cocaine and people are half naked. And then they're supposed to, they blamed a white man because they're not looking for a job, because they're like making hip hop music, or they're in school. And so they blamed a white man as for the reason why they didn't try very hard in high school. And they didn't hang out with the computer programmers and get rich, being a nerd, being an engineer or an entrepreneur, a business person, a tech founder, a scientist, a lawyer. Instead, they are blaming it's the white man that won't give them a good job when they look like they just came out of a 90s Dr. Dre movie. And so they want us to provide them with Wham burgers, cries, and wine, and Kleenex on their food stamps because they're entitled to it. And if you don't give it to them, then they're going to come back and riot and burn down your building. They're going to destroy your business if you don't hire them. So then they get in these like really, really sketchy situations where there's like all kinds of hood gangsters with some like guns, and they're robbing people, and then the cops shoot them, and then they riot because they're saying that like it's the white man, it's a racist white man that's oppressing the African Americans in the big cities. That's the reason why half of the African American males in these big cities are unemployed. It's because of me. In fact, actually, I'll take all the credit for it. It is actually me. I'm the reason why you're unemployed, why you're not looking for a job. Why? Because if you actually got some shit, you should share with me. So they're blaming the cops because they got this false victim narrative, because the white feminist, it's a racist form of feminism where they put white women's issues above everyone else's. She is oppressed, and she's underpaid. And so the African Americans need to team up with the Wham-Man, the underpaid Wham-Man. They're the white feminists, as it turns out, women own about 2/3 of the wealth in the United States, and they control 85% of consumer spending. They're holding almost 2/3 of the college degrees coming out of college now. So they've been complaining about how oppressed they are. And then the African Americans are also too saying, I'm crying rivers full of lip tears from my snowflake eyes. Feel bad for me, women and white feminists, because I'm too lazy or too high on drugs to look for a job. So we're just gonna riot and then loot and burn shit down. And if the cops try to stop them, they're just gonna gun them down in the streets. This is Biden's America. This is how you act when you bow down to black looter mobs. They start killing the cops, and you create a situation of lawlessness similar to before World War II in Nazi Germany, whenever it went from a state of laws into a state of rioting with Night of the Broken Glass, where the police did not stop the rioters, and then the government then learned that they could do whatever they want because the people were down with rioting and killing people. And then it turned into a World War II and a genocide. And now these people want cultural Marxism. They say that the racist white males, they stole the land from the Native Americans who were nomads, and they followed animals around in the woods, and then they got smallpox before they ever even met a white man. I mean, a white man gave them the smallpox, but it's not the white man's fault that the smallpox existed, or that it transferred from one person to another, or that the white people had invented wheels and boats, and they had horses and cows, and they had guns, and they had all kinds of bizarre musical instruments. And then America was mostly largely uninhabited at the time, so people just went and plopped up land, just like the nomad Native Amerindians. And then then they say that we stole California from Mexico, from the conquistadors. That apparently we stole California from the Amerindians, because there was 5,000 conquistadors in California, and they weren't exercising control over the area, so we annexed it. And what else did they mad? Oh yeah, the white people owned slaves, because it's only 6% of people actually white people own slaves. So they just crafted this narrative that is completely false. It's all based off of very simplistic understandings of history, where they just got some little piece of the story, but they did not get the entire story. And as it turns out, they got it wrong. And the people who live here, we can't like give the Amerindians back the land. Like, I don't know who to give it back to, which tribe of people. There was like all kinds of tribes on the east and the west. Was it the Aztecs who were supposed to control North and South America, or the ones that did the ritual human sacrifice, and they killed virgins, and they had slaves, and they did barbaric things to people? Or should it be the tribes in North America who also committed genocide and wiped out entire tribes and took slaves? Or should it be the ones in the Alaska area? I'm unaware which tribe of America is supposed to be in control of America, but last I checked, the people who actually own America are the people who are the ones that have their names on the property, because the Amerindians didn't have a government. And so you can't really take land from nomads that don't have a government. But they're pissed as fuck because we're not getting their way. So they have to cry rivers full of lip tears from their snowflake eyes. And they have to make you feel bad for them because they are too lazy to look for a job and they are too mouthy to the teacher at school. So they didn't do too well, and this is your fault. So we need to riot and loot because of the people who are paying these astronomical rents in the cities, and then they're at the bottom of the pyramid and they can't work their way up. So it's the racist rural Republicans in the poorer red states who are holding these people in the Democrat cities down. It's Donald Trump. It's me. I'm actually the man that's actually holding down the African Americans. It's me. I am the imaginary misogynistic pig boogeyman from MSNBC. The one that mistreats women, locks them up, beats them, rapes them, won't let them vote, won't let them go to school, won't let them vote, and I put burkas on them. Because, that's totally true. But to these people, it's all a fantasy where the white man is bad because he doesn't agree with them and he doesn't just want to give them all of their money. Instead, they're saying, no, I want to get an equal exchange from my government. When I give you money, I want to get something value out of it. But instead, the Democrats would rather just pander to minority groups so that they can get the white feminist to vote for them. Because their goal is to just, they get all the black people to vote for them. They're like, oh, Democrats are so much smarter. And then you look at the GPAs, and the African Americans have the lowest grades of all the groups. Like, all right. Oh, they got 2/3 of the Latinos to vote for them. Oh, you mean the group of people that has the second lowest grades? Okay. Oh, no. They got most of the scientists, right? All right. But also a large percentage of the engineers vote for Republicans. So they have these simplistic ideas that Republicans are racist because they think that you should work for it and build it yourself, and that it's their fault, that it's the white man's fault, that the criminals in these big cities are engaging in gang violence, and that occasionally some of them get killed. And because of this increase in violence, then there's also extra increase in police killings because of it. But it's all the white man's fault because that's the narrative that they've been sold from the fake news and from the whitewashed history and from the fake news textbooks in the fake news history classes in the fake news leftist universities. Without addressing the FBI alert, Chicago's top cop, Superintendent David Brown, told a press conference that it was clear people are seeking to do harm to cops. I can't stand this shit. I used to throw big raves back in the day, and I used to be a mad doser at the parties. So I used to hate cops myself. And then after I got canceled by the left, the story behind this is that I helped start the 2016 Portland anti-Trump protest. And after I helped start that protest, I realized that even though I had thrown big raves, I had nothing but good experience with most of the lefties, except for the fake people at the raves, which I used to think it was my fault that I'd always piss them off and they were always targeting me. But it turns out not all of these people who wear fancy clothes and goes to raves are good people. I know this might come as a shock to naive people, but some of them are narcissists. In fact, if they're trying to make you feel bad, like you're not good enough to be around them, then chances are they're incredibly self-absorbed and they're a narcissist. Good people don't treat people bad, right? But one day I realized, even though I'd never really done anything really bad, I've been always known as like super cool to most people, but then the white feminists are always like a hassle. Then I started posting meninist jokes on Facebook because I knew that I was just trying to test out to see if the leftists would turn on me. And lo and behold, people on the internet can't tell what a joke is. They didn't know that Meninism was a joke. And so they thought that I was a misogynist, and the leftist hate mob came after me. And then later on, I deactivated my account, came back on social media. People are arguing, and there's some feminist Facebook group. Somebody posted something about some fake news about some guy that had committed statutory rape. The judge, there was alcohol involved in it, and then the judge threw out the alcohol charge because he thought it wasn't enough alcohol to justify having an extra 10 years on a sentence. Sounds legit to me. So these people thought it was a violent rape, some pedophile, like this girl's like prepubescent. I'm trying to just explain to these people like the situation, and people can't tell the difference in between you trying to like argue the opposite or trying to fact check and then you supporting something. So they thought that they were claiming I was a pedophile. And then I got hate mobbed for some number of weeks, and then I permanently deleted my Facebook account. And then I started Real Simple News after that because I realized I was still a Democrat for a while. It took me a while to realize that being fair about everything is being fair to no one. Governments work better the way the internet works. I've made my own internet protocol and sockets API. I build most of my technologies from scratch. And so I know how the internet works. And sometimes you want a fair algorithm like Netflix. And sometimes you want an unfair algorithm like Skype, where you need to drop packets on the internet to make your video not skip. On the Netflix example, with the fair algorithm, it makes your video not skip. And with the Skype example, when they drop packets and they're unfair, it makes your video not skip. So, no system is going to be perfect at all. Look into common law. Learn that. I can't explain too much about common law up here in a reasonable amount of time. But once you start to understand how the system works to keep the system moving, it is a very noble system. It's based off of precedents. The voters will vote in the law, and then there's a precedence of judges who have ruled certain ways in cases, give them certain amounts of punishments. And so there's no real perfect way to go about doing it, but the English common law system is probably the best way to go about doing it. It's not perfect, it's not fair, but the other options are much worse. They don't really work very well. So you have to understand nothing in government is going to be perfect. It's hard enough to get it to work as is. That's what people need to come to terms with, is that it doesn't have to be fair all of the time. It has to work, has to be efficient, has to run in real time and not get backed up, such as the internet protocols. But a monoculture is not good. A heterodoxy is not good, where everybody has the same orthodoxy. They all think the same. But the left has turned into a heterodoxy. And this is the result of a heterodoxy, is that you end up with rioting, looting, black looter mobs who burn, loot, murder. and they're killing cops. I can't stand that. As someone who helped start 2016 Portland anti-Trump protests, I do apologize. Luckily I woke up because there was someone with a "Make Women Great" hat on, and I was like, "Hey, that's cool." And then I looked into the background and I'm like, what is this? Like these people, and they seemed like nice people, but everybody said they're a misogynist and a hate group. I couldn't figure out why. So I followed the intellectual dark web down the rabbit hole, and once you pop out the end of the intellectual dark web and you start to see the real reason why these Democrats are acting the way they are, you will understand that they are indeed bozos. In this next story from New York Post, Governor Cuomo, Trump had better have an army to protect him if he comes to NYC. New York Governor Cuomo on Wednesday all but threatened President's safety if he returns to New York City in a rant responding to an executive story by the Post that Trump is looking to pull federal funds from lawless cities, including New York. Damn, bro. Serious? I think these two should box, dude. Cuomo called an emergency press briefing within a half hour on Wednesday night to tear into Trump for the order, which cites New York City's rising murder rate and defunding of NYPD. Quote, he better have an army if he thinks he's going to walk down these streets in New York. New Yorkers don't want to have anything to do with him, the Democrat said, all but threatening the commander-in-chief. I'm going to push back. That's a threat. He's like, oh, you best bring the army coming back, bitch. But Cuomo, who like Trump hails from Queens, wasn't done. He can't have enough bodyguards to walk through New York City. People don't want to have anything to do with him. That's not true. Actually, I looked up the numbers, and it's about 2/3 of the people support Democrats, and then 1/3 of the people support Republicans. It's just a majority of the people. They act like, oh, that's like everybody, right? Because everything's an absolute with these people. It's black and white. Because it's white feminism. They look at everything through your race and your gender and your education level and your background. Whether or not you got any fancy titles from the ivory tower. If anybody's watching this, we should get a petition going on change.org to have Donald Trump box Governor Cuomo. Give me a moment. It's going to be a long night here. We're going to travel the intellectual dark web down into QAnon and the drug cartels and into illegal immigration and Muslims here. Quote, it's more of the same for him. It's a political, it's gratuitous. It is illegal, but it's another attempt to kill New York, Cuomo said. Quote, President Ford said, drop dead. President Trump has been actively trying to kill New York City since he's been elected, he said. This shit's insane, dude. What the hell is he talking about? It's his hometown. These people have been radicalized by the mainstream media. They think they're in an echo chamber. They just like tune out all opposing voices. And then all they hear is this fake news just nonstop coming at you. Just like, whew, Fake news, fake news, fake news. Fake news. In highly and insulting language, Cuomo speculated that Trump wasn't upset about New York's soaring murder rate and shootings. Quote, I think it's been because he's from New York City and New York City rejected him always, Cuomo said. Quote, he was dismissed as the clown in New York City. Those who know him best like him least. I think that in general in life, the general pattern that I've seen in life is that there's hella backstabbers. If you're around a whole bunch of fake people and you try to impress them, you're just going to end up being a fake person yourself. So every rich person, such as Donald Trump, is going to have X% fake people around him, and then they're going to reveal themselves as the backstabbing scum they are, and they're going to come out in droves. I've seen these. They come out the woodwork. They do. No questions asked. So, what this fake news Governor Cuomo is trying to say is that there's only one tribe here. It's the monoculture heterodoxy group think echo chamber. If you want to get you aren't welcome here, and if you want to come president, you're going to need an army. Cuomo jeered. He was disrespected in New York. Nobody took him seriously. He was just like a tabloid cartoon. End quote. Referring to a claim in a recent book by Fake News Trump's niece, Mary Trump. Cuomo said, quote, his sister, a former federal judge, is disgraced by him. End quote. The governor also claimed Trump's negligence is the reason why New York State suffered the highest COVID death toll. I'm going to push back on him on that. There's definitely some questions as to whether or not any extra people died. I mean, I know, of course, however many people the CDC said tested positive for COVID. Yeah, they probably tested positive for COVID. We can argue about the test accuracy, but in 2017, there was about 2.8 million people who died so far this year. According to the CDC, it's been about 1.8 million people. But we'll get into that here in a little bit. From Fake News Fauci. The governor also claimed, wrong sentence. At the end of his call, Cuomo, apparently sensing how his remarks about Trump could be seen as threatening, attempted to walk them back because he can't back up what he says because he's just saying it because he's mad. Can't control his temper because he doesn't have the temperament to be a governor. Quote, my comment about the president and bodyguards in New York, all I'm saying is that he is persona non grata to New York City. And I think he knows that. And he'll never come back to New York because New Yorkers will never forget how gratuitously mean he was to New Yorkers and how many times he's tried to kill the city that gave him a start and birthed him. That's what I meant. But you better be bodyguards. Sorry, I meant about the bodyguards. So, I don't know. Do y'all think it was a threat? Comment down below or at realsimplenews.net/issue98 or up on GitHub. Me personally, I don't know what to think. I think this is kind of crazy. I think he's in the fake news echo chamber where he's getting all these spins from the European news sources. He probably thinks Daily Mail is not fake news. Probably thinks it's National Public Radio instead of nonsense private radio. I definitely don't, from my analysis of New York, it doesn't seem like it's, I think if you pushed a little bit harder, you could flip it red. But it's not everybody, but they're just generalizing it. And then who's that mayor that put the black looter mob logo out there? The Bill de Blasio. Yeah, when they put that black looter mob hate symbol out in front of Trump Tower, would it say burn, loot, murder? Or no, it said Black Lives Matter. Yeah, it said Black Lives Matter, the hate symbol that they put out front of Trump's tower. They took the taxpayers' money and they used it to fund a political message saying, we hate Donald Trump because that's what Black Lives Matter means. It's never been about that. When I helped start the 2016 Portland anti-Trump protests, it got taken over by Black Looter Mob. It turned into an Antifa Nazi riot. If you're unfamiliar, most people aren't aware, but the Antifa started fighting vanilla fascists, but Hitler won by a landslide. As it turns out, over 50% of the Nazis were actually communists. They were the Antifa. They liked National Socialism. They just didn't like vanilla fascism. So the story that you have about history isn't very accurate. It's been whitewashed. There's probably some spies that have compromised our education system and rewritten some of our history on Wikipedia and our textbooks. If you have any evidence of that, please contact me. Quote, meanwhile, New York de Blasio, who was twice mentioned by name in Trump's order, had his press secretary, Bill Neidhart, respond, quote, as much of Donald Trump wants New York City to drop dead, we will never let this stand, and quote, Neidhart tweeted, quote, this has nothing to do with law and order. This is racist campaign stunt out of the Oval Office to attack millions of people of color. I'm kind of confused. How is black a color? Can you explain that to me? Black is the absence of color. White is when you mix all the colors together, remember? The white light. So black isn't people of color. White's people of color. And then if you're black, then there's no color in that. You're devoid of color. This doesn't make any sense. I'm included on this people of color, or black people are not included on the people of color. So I think most people would say, all right, maybe this isn't the best word. Maybe we should stop excluding the white man because they showed up in a boat in North America and the Amerindians could not invent the wheel. So they had to walk across the land bridge to follow the animals around in the woods. History is way funner when you tell it the way it actually is. Let's move on to the next article. I have a lot of them to read, so I gotta hurry up. But I'm not doing this for money. I'm doing this for fun. That's how you get the real news. This next article from Daily Mail, riot is declared. Oh. In this next fake news article from the Daily Fake Mail, riot is declared in Portland as BLM mob, quote unquote, celebrates Ted Wheeler's 58th birthday by setting fires outside his home and chanting happy tear gas to you on the 95th day of demonstrations. Protesters took to the street of rioters took to the streets of Portland for the 95th night of rioting. They gathered outside Mayor Ted Wheeler's house to celebrate his birthday. Wearing party hats, they were setting off fireworks, they were singing happy tear gas to you. A fire was set in the streets before police declared it a riot, and they made arrests. This is a prime example of when a foreign newspaper, they want to be the first to report on the story. So they're parroting what other journalists are saying, and they don't get all of the facts straight. As it turns out, they were not there to celebrate his birthday. They were there to force him out of the neighborhood and to break all the windows in the neighborhood. In this next article from the New York Post, riot declared after fire started in the apartment comp building. I don't think that was it. Portland police again declared a riot Monday night after a fire was started in a 16-story apartment building as hundreds marched on the home of the Oregon City's mayor on his birthday, according to police reports. And they definitely were not there with good intentions. It was not a birthday party to celebrate their beloved leftist mayor Wheeler. No, they were there to tell them how much they hate him and they want him gone. But if you read the fake news, depending on what day it is, you're going to get varying different perspectives on this Ted Wheeler guy. Personally, don't think that he's a good one. I definitely think I think We Can Breathe and the conservative African Americans who are not African Americans, they don't cry rivers full of lip tears from their snowflake eyes. In fact, they actually laugh at these people for crying rivers full of lip tears from their snowflake eyes. But as you can see, Ted Wheeler in this picture obviously can't breathe because his ass got, what was it, maced? I can't forget if it was tear gas or mace. Comment down below. realsimplenews.net/issue98 or on GitHub, issue 98. More than 200 people had joined the rally at the condominium tower where Mayor Ted Wheeler lives and demand his resignation. Many wearing party hats and singing happy tear gas to you, the Oregonian said. Fires were soon lit in the streets and windows and smashed out on what was the 96th consecutive nights of unrest in Portland, the paper noted. We can see some pictures of the Black looter mob. Do we have the video? I think we got a video here coming up. Well, I'm sorry. I don't think I have the. Oops. No. Shoot. Ah. Sorry. Trying to make an app so that these things don't happen. There's a lot of tabs, and then that doesn't work so well when you have too many tabs open. I'm just gonna have to keep on going. President Trump said on Sunday, called him a wacky radical left, do-nothing Democrat, mayor of Portland, who has watched great death and destruction of his city during tenure. I would agree. I live in Eugene, Oregon, and when I helped start the 2016 Portland anti-Trump protests, I definitely remember the black looter mob also hated him. They hated his guts back then because he represented the police. Even though they let us do all kinds of shit, it's never enough. When you appease a black looter mob, you can guarantee that they are always going to want more. They are going to want complete control. And this is because they're brainwashed cultural Marxist drones. They believe that the white man is evil, that they are oppressing the women, the African Americans, the Wangshins, and the Kleenex from the poor rural states. So they have to race riot all over the country over fake news. Night after night after night about justified police shootings and some of them tragic accidents. But they fail to humanize these police officers. They fail to think, who the hell wants to actually kill somebody in the line of duty? Trying to make sure I'm not stepping on the dead person there. But one of these two people who was killed by Kyle Rittenhouse had raped a 5-year-old girl. The other one was a woman beater with a very long rap sheet. So they were not good people. But respect to them anyways. Portland's police chief Chuck Lovell used the arson attack on Wheeler's condo building as proof the nightly violence is coming at increased cost. Definitely would agree. I think that these people, the more that they are out, more that they get donations, and it's able then to go out to these race riots, the more radicalized they will get, because the less and less people will want to associate with them. They'll be cut off from good jobs. And then they will be going down a path to the far right, where most people are unaware. The far left is the most dangerous when they combine with the far right. So when you kick them out of society and they have a large black looter mob, they will think that it's the cops' fault as to why the cops are stopping them from burning, looting, and murdering. So they have to take out the conservative power structure. And this is the game the entire time, is the far left is supposed to make the far right bigger. Far right is supposed to make the far left bigger. and you're supposed to provoke a conflict between the two that makes them annihilate each other. And then what you'll have left is a Marxist utopia. So what they want to do is they want to remove the white people from North America because they think they're racist. They took the land from the Amerindians, who were nomads, followed animals around out of the woods. They didn't have a government. Supposedly we stole their land because we took a boat over to here. And they didn't have any wheels, so they had to walk across the land bridge. But somehow this is my fault. I'm the one that took the land. It's me. Seriously, I'm not even joking. I took the land from the Amerindians. It was me, dude. I don't even own any land, dude. What are you talking about? How did I steal your land? I don't even own any land. All right. Okay. Somehow they don't give a fuck about my people, but they want me to care about theirs. But I mean, this is the standard in hypocrite land, where the leftists live in batshit crazyville. What else do we have here, man? Shoot. Is this Portland? Here is Antifa. Yeah, it's that one of the... My favorite thing about this entire thing is how the good guys are all dressed up in red, white, and blue. You're like, at first, I couldn't tell. Okay, so when I was still a radicalized lefty, oh, well, hold on. This was after I got canceled for posting meninist jokes. And then before I became a Republican, I thought that these Antifa were like the good guys, and that they were fighting, and that these far right people in these patriot costumes were like the far right, like they were like the bad guys. And then you review the videos, you know, if you like stop thinking they're evil, and then you go and you look back at the videos, you're like, man, these guys are hilarious. They're definitely the good guys. And you know it because the other side is representing cultural Marxism, and the one side is representing the Constitution, democracy, free speech, freedom of religion, and they're standing against cultural Marxism. So you must beware. Cultural Marxism comes from China, and China has been doing a cyber warfare operation against us. So if you are a socialist and you're engaging in cultural Marxism, you are working on the behalf of China, and then you are then therefore a threat to our democracy. What is this? What else do we got on this? Here's, oh hey, they have videos. Sorry. Can't play the music. It's the Trump train. We already watched that video. I don't think there's anything else on there. No other videos. Here's a video of Portland police rushing out to clear the Antifa Nazis, rioters out of the Kelly Penumbra police building.
Officers are taking lawful action. Do not interfere. Stay back. Officers are taking lawful action. Do not interfere. Stay back. Officers are taking lawful action. Do not interfere. Stay back.
Got anything else on here? No, that was it. And this next article from New York Post, Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler moving to avoid rioters targeting his home. Democratic Mayor of Portland, Oregon is moving from his $840,000 condo to avoid rioters who've repeatedly targeted the building, according to the report. At least they didn't call them peaceful protesters this time. Like, no, man, they're peaceful protesters, dude. They just set fire to his first floor of a 16-floor apartment building with a bunch of people inside of it. Yeah, they're not genocidal maniacs. Yeah, right. Heard that one before. Ted Wheeler wrote to neighbors in his building to say it would be, quote, best for me and everyone else's safety and peace for him to move from the building that rioters tried to torch on his 58th birthday party Monday, according to the Oregonian. So this is what they're taking your black looter mob donations that you're giving through Any Blue, the Democratic fundraising scam, or the MoveOn.org petitions, or the Change.org petitions, or the Fundly petitions, or the GoFundMe. They're going to take your money and they're going to buy armor and weapons and arson materials, and they're going to burn, loot, and murder. Welcome to dystopian 1984 America. This is Biden's America. This is Kamala the Snitch Harris's America. The corrupt California Democrat who, rumor has it, slept her way up to the top. They just picked her because she was black and she had a nice rack. This is what you get when you just engage in corruption like they do in California. You end up with black looter mobs burning, looting, and murdering all around the country over fake news. In this next story from the New York Post, Homeland Security Chief Chad Wolf confirms probe into funding of rioters. Homeland Security Chad Wolf confirmed an investigation is underway into the funding of rioting taking place amid racial justice protests and unrest nationwide, and has sent a letter to the Portland mayor urging to request federal assistance so DHS agents can quell the violence. Thank you. As a citizen of Oregon, I am begging the federal government, please come and shut down these BLM Antifa Nazis, or Blammin, because they are a threat. They are terrorists. I get threats from people on the internet to beat me up because I don't believe in fake news. And because I'm not a white feminist, I don't look at everything through race, skin color, gender, religious background, and upbringing. But this makes you a misogynist if you don't let the women push you around. The white feminists, the wham man, the ones that say, wah, 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 this is not fair. I need a Whamburger with a side of fries and some wine on my food stamps. And if you don't give it to me, We're going to burn, loot, and murder. We're going to burn your business down. You won't hire me, you're racist. Quote, this is something that I've talked to the AG personally about, end quote, Wolf told Fox News. Tucker Carlson on Monday night saying that the department is focused on, quote, targeting and investigating the head of these organizations and individuals that are paying these individuals to move across the country. Quote, what we know, Tucker, is that we've seen groups and individuals move from Portland and to other parts of the country. And quote, he continued, we want to know, where are they getting their riot gear, their body armor, their weapons? Where are they getting the funding from this? If anybody has any evidence that the burn, loot, murder, black looter mob is using donations to purchase weapons and body armor, you should DM me on Twitter at RSS Commentary. Quote, I'll tell you sometime. It's under investigation right now, he said Monday night, also confirming the probe. In an effort to take the unrest in Portland serious, specifically, Wolf sent a letter to Portland Mayor Wheeler urging him to, quote, prioritize public safety, and, quote, by requesting federal assistance so agents can quell the violence. Because people are even under threat at their house for posting videos on YouTube, for engaging in effective free speech, and for criticizing the white feminists and the Wham-Man and the Wajins and the Kleenex or the Latinx, because the white feminists, they canceled Spanish. They said it was sexist. They said you can't use law or los. You're going to have a unigender. You can't have no romantic languages, so everything's going to be X right now. Like your ex. So now they're a cat lady. Quote, we're standing by to support Portland. At the same time, President Trump has made it abundantly clear that there will come a point when state and local authorities fail to protect its citizens from violence. The federal government has also no choice but to protect our American citizens, the letter continued. Wolf explained in the letter that local law enforcement have made 255 arrests and declared 23 riots and unlawful assemblies since July 31st. Despite this, Wolf wrote, you've stood by passively arguing that nightly violence we ultimately will burn itself out. The evidence demonstrates otherwise. I would definitely agree. There's no talking sense into these people. I've attempted to use facts with them, and they don't work. People, they're so dogmatic. Like everything, almost most of everything of what these people believe is based on lies, half-truths, misunderstandings, and they never really put too much thought into things. They're just like, oh, well, it all just started out in the end state, right? So like the white man like killed off the American Indians, smallpox, and so this was, and then they owned slaves, and then they had World War II, and then they did the Holocaust, and the Allies won, and then they had communism, and then there was the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. You're like, all right, it's about it, man. That's more detailed than most people's memory of the shit, dude. Then you actually fill in the details with them, and then it shows you that like the narrative that they've been taught growing up doesn't match the historical facts, but they're so sold on this victim narrative, and it's because it helps them rise up the social pyramid where you got the Antifa at the bottom, and then you got the hood Democrats above them, And then above them, you got white feminists. And then at the top, you have ivory tower liberals. This is the pyramid because white feminism is a racist form of feminism where they put white women's issues above everybody's else. So they're always going to be above the hood Democrats. The hood Democrats are their source of cheap labor and customers. And so it's a pyramid that you cannot get to the top floor unless you have special connections, family, or you did something special in life where you just randomly happened across these people. But there is a glass ceiling on the other side of it. There are some of the world's most powerful people, and you're not just going to be waltzing up there. I mean, I know this comes as a shock to people who are just not thinking about it, but yeah, there's definitely people at the top of the ivory tower. The ivory tower liberals just work at the top floor. The buildings are owned by Chinese Nazi Party, as well as other powerful interests, such as cartels, money launderers, mobsters, a lot of very savage, brutal people like terrorists. But the Democrats are unaware that they are in this structure, that they have created this cultural Marxist social hierarchy of brainwashed Democrat drones that are sold on the fake news. They think the white cops are hunting down the unarmed black men, that I am oppressing all of the women. And in fact, it's true. I am actually oppressing all of the women. It is me. It is me. I am the one that's doing it up in my ivory tower. And you know, the reason for that is because you ain't getting no good dick. President Trump said that he believes, quote, some very stupid rich people, end quote, are financing the unrest taking place amongst racial justice and protests nationwide. Speaking to Fox News during a wide-ranging interview Monday evening, the commander-in-chief made the remarks while discussing the violence and looting that has overrun cities like Portland, Oregon, Kenosha, Wisconsin, elsewhere in the wake of mass uprisings against perceived police brutality. Because people don't understand statistics. They don't understand, well, when you have this many people, you're going to have this many homicides per 100,000 people. These people have never gotten this far in math. I'm an engineer, so I've gotten this far in math, and I know you have to count up the sample size, and then you have to adjust your percents based upon how many instances there are in the sample. But they don't understand this. They just think, oh, these white cops, they're gunning down the unarmed black man. But the truth of the story is that it is just statistics. And if you look at other wealthy countries, they have similar rates of police shootings. In fact, around the world, there are a whole lot of completely fucked up, insane people. I know this comes to a complete shock to you, right? Because when you live in La La Land, all of the facts are half-baked and the details are gone, all right? Like, oh, everyone else outside of America is just perfect, right? Right. Like you go to Mexico and the cops aren't gonna shake you down for money and possibly kidnap you, right? Okay, you're on one, bro. You're on one, dude. Go to another country and see how bad it is in other countries. And then cry me a goddamn river about how we actually enforce law and order in this country. And there's a high statistical probability through the number of police interactions that you have with people that there is going to be a police shooting or a accidental death because there are 330 million people in the country. Do the math on it, man. You got one or two of these people happening out of 100,000 people. It's just statistically likely to happen. But to them, all they can see is the forest, the trees. They can't see the forest. They can't. They down and at the bottom, they looking up there like, man, all these trees up here, man. These white man, they got me in the ghetto, bro. They put up all these trees, dude. I can't see up out the ghetto, bro. It's the white man. It's Kale. He's keeping me down up in the ivory tower. He's keeping me down because he's a Republican. He wears the suits. He's rich. All right. Okay. It sucks that these things are happening, but it's a statistical probability. The only thing that you can do about it is change the laws to reduce the number of police deaths, at which time the police are not your target. They're only doing what the voters told them what to do. If you have a problem with that, Joe Magoo Biden passed the 1994 crime bill that created the prison industrial, or that he authored it, sorry. It created the prison industrial complex. Before they passed that, there was hardly anyone in jail for drugs. After they passed it, there was millions of people in jail for drugs. So, if you want to know why you're on the plantation, you should look no farther than Joe Magoo Biden. The creepy Uncle Joe. The groper. The one that walks around naked up in the White House and groping all of the women. We'll get to that later. We have evidence that this is true here in batshit crazy land. Shoot. This next article from the New York Post. Feds charge man in ball bearing attack on Portland firefighter. Here's a picture of the scum Tifa. A Seattle man is being charged with shooting a Portland firefighter with a ball bearing during a riot in Oregon City in July. Federal prosecutors announced on Wednesday. Jesse Herman Bates, 38, was hit with a civil disorder complaint in the July 13th attack on Portland Smoke Eater with a wrist rocket style slingshot at the scene of a blaze set by demonstrators, the U.S. Attorney's Office said in Oregon. Black looter mobs have set several fires near Portland's Chapman Square amid ongoing unrest stemming from the police custody death of George Floyd, the one who died of the fentanyl overdose. Then they did the race riots over the fake news because they wanted mob justice. They couldn't wait for the trial. And if the cops got off, they would say the court's just racist, that they rigged it. They're on the cops' side. They're letting the cops gun down unarmed black men all around the country. And, what was I saying? George Floyd? Yeah, the methed out black dude. That was, he had almost 2 lethal doses of meth. And he had 14 lethal doses of fentanyl in his system. And he was drunk. And he had COVID. So he's listed in the COVID deaths. But as you can see, not all of the COVID deaths are from COVID. In fact, actually, there's about a 5% test positivity rate. So that means that about 5% of the people that are dead should statistically come up with COVID. That doesn't mean that 5% of the people who died from COVID That means 5% of the people had some antibodies for COVID in their system. We'll get to fake news Fauci here in a little bit. Bates was initially arrested by deputies from Multnomah Sheriff County following the incident, where he was spotted around 3:50 a.m. in tents in Losedale Square holding a crowbar. So a lot of these people doing the race rioting are homeless people. And you can see pictures of their tent cities, and the cities are actually paying for the bases for these Antifa Nazis to go do their terrorist attacks and their race riots. So we got to shut them all down. We just got to shut them all down. But we can't feed the homeless people to the bears, okay? Don't do that. Inhumane. We don't feed homeless people to bears here. I personally am advocating for the tiny houses. I think that they should be given a tiny house, that if they can find a place to camp the tiny house, that they can do so. But if they move out of the tiny house, they have to bring it back. Basically, they can live in it for the rest of their life if they want. Or if they move out and they get a better house, they just donate it back to keep it going. I think that tiny houses are the solution to homelessness. You guys ain't paying me. Donate. realsimplenews.net/donate. This next article from Daily Mail, friend of Patriot Prayer Trump supporter who was shot dead in Portland, said he was relentlessly hunted down as prey and executed right before his eyes in a planned attack. Chandler Pappas was Aaron J. Danielson's was with Aaron J. Danielson Saturday as black looter mob clashed with Donald Trump supporters. Danielson, 39, was shot. I thought his last name was Daniels. I watched the video and I seem to remember it was Daniels. Was shot dead after attackers said, we got a couple of them right here, according to Pappas. Both men are supporters of right-wing group Patriot Prayer. Thank goodness they didn't say far right. They were wearing hats in its logo. They're not a far-right group, dude. They are a Christian conservative group who promotes free speech and limited government. The far right is a steep authoritarian dictators. These people are the opposite. People don't understand. In American conservatism, it's different than Muslim conservatism. People don't understand like the difference in between these things. They don't look at them. Muslim conservatism is pretty barbaric. They beat women, they rape them, they put burqas over their heads. Not all of them, but a large percentage of them have done very brutal things to women, Jews, other ethnic minorities. They've owned slaves through most of their history. American conservatism, we conserve the Constitution, free speech, Second Amendment, religious freedoms, classical liberalism. So people are confused about this. Like me, I definitely fit in with the classical liberal crowd, although I am more on the right. So there's like a left-leaning classical liberal who maybe, let's say, they will vote with the left 25% of the time, or hold on, 75% of the time, and then a right-leaning one will vote with the right 75% of the time. I would classify myself with the right-leaning one because I view the government as it works better the way the internet works. It doesn't matter whether or not it's fair. It matters whether or not you can get an extra shot later, and that the machine is working smoothly in real time, and that it's not backed up. I think that is okay. So my platform, I'm running for president in 2024 on the platform of Build a Moat. I'm going to build a moat across the southern border of the United States. We're going to fill it up with snakes, alligators, piranhas, eels, sharks with laser beams on top of their heads. We're going to put lions, tigers, and bears with hippos, wolves, wild dogs. We're going to have a petting zoo, and people on both sides of the border will be able to come to the petting zoo, and it'll be a tourist attraction. And then we're going to shit. What was the other thing I just said? The thing I said before, I'm just not going to say it again. I forget what it was, but I'm just going to move on. Both men are supporters of right group Patriot Prayer. We're wearing his hats and logos. They recognized Patriot Prayer hats, and they executed my partner. They hunted him down. Papa said Michael Forrest Renoli, 48, is under investigation by police in Portland in connection with the shooting. Spoiler, in case you don't continue watching, the suspect was killed by police trying to apprehend him.
What happened last night? A lot of things happened last night. A lot of people came out to express themselves, express their beliefs. We have a First Amendment in this country. We have a First Amendment that protects our natural right. And for whatever reason, there seems to be this opposition that thinks we can't do that. And they have been attacking us for years, really for decades in the grand scheme, but very heavily in Portland, especially for the last 95 days. Last night, it escalated to the point that they executed my partner. They hunted him down, they hunted us down, they recognized our Patriot Prayer hats.
Wait, can you not hear that?
A couple of them right here. You got a couple of them right here. Pull it out. Pull it out. Express themselves. Express their beliefs.
I know how to
We have
fix
a First Amendment in this
OBS.
country. We have a First Amendment that protects our natural right. And for whatever reason, there seems to be this opposition that thinks we can't do that. And they have been attacking us for years, really for decades in the grand scheme, but very heavily in Portland, especially for the last 95 days. Last night, it escalated to the point that they executed my partner. They hunted him down, they hunted us down, they recognized our Patriot Prayer hats. For anybody who doesn't know Patriot Prayer, Joey Gibson, the Citizens Advocate, he's a good man. We support him. He's a Christian and conservative. So they identified our hats. We've got a couple of them right here. We've got a couple of them right here. Pull it out. Pull it out. And
Is that what they said?
that's what they said. We turned around. It didn't even register that somebody was pointing a gun at us until the shots went off and he took off running.
The shooter took off
The
running?
shooter took off running. And it takes a second for you to process everything that happened. Did he just shoot at me? Okay, I'm okay. Turn over, and Jay's dead. Because he believes something different than them. Jay's not a racist, he's not a xenophobe or whatever label, he's not an ist or an ism. He's an independent man. And he's a good man. And he didn't do anything to earn a bullet in the chest.
If you could ask anything right now, Donald Trump, what would it be?
Send troops. Send troops. Arrest these. Portland is as...
I'm in 100% agreement with him there. It's gone way beyond a protest over police brutality. The entire thing has always been about Donald Trump, about their hatred towards Donald Trump because he said, grab her by the pussy. And all the black looter mobs are trying to get down the white feminist pants. So they have to say, the women are oppressed. It's the racist white man. That's up in, we got to put in the glass ceiling above the women. And so we got to take them out because they took the land from the Amerindians. And they owned slaves. And they took California from the conquistadors. Don't know exactly how you steal land from a nomad that doesn't have a government. But only 6% of people owned slaves back then. So this whole notion that all of the white people are responsible for the actions of a very small percentage of people kind of reeks of anti-Semitism.
Corrupt as any place you've ever seen, any place you've ever heard about in the movies. I have a friend sitting right behind me here who's being charged currently with a felony riot while the DA is letting all these actual rioters out on the street. He was just out there waving an American flag. It's been charges pending for 2 years? But somebody who's throwing explosive devices at the police. Somebody, when I went to the hospital and I met a Homeland Security officer who was there because his buddy had caught a mortar round in the chest and burned right through his uniform. He got third-degree burns all over his torso. Those people are being let go, while Christians and conservatives and anybody who isn't whatever their Hitler-esque idea of a perfect world is being chastised and being hunted.
I 100% agree with everything that he's saying. I completely back these people. I don't know enough about them, but from what they say, they're just conservative Christians, and they support free speech and limited government. And if that is true, I got these people's back. 100%. Legit. That's the kind of people that I support. I support middle America. I support the people getting run over by the left because they came and canceled me. They ran me over. They ruined my name. And they came for me, and they will come for you. If they learn that they can burn, loot, and murder in black looter mobs, and they can get everything they want, and they can get millions of dollars in scam donations every single time the cops have to enforce the law on them, and one of them dies, they're going to continue to do that into the future. You'd be foolish to think that they wouldn't. You just gave them a lot of money and power. Of course, they're going to be like, yeah, this playbook works. Let's do this every time. This is the most dangerous thing about black looter mob. This is why I'm working overtime to bring you the real news, debunk this fake news from these ivory tower liberal journalists because they had the wool put over their eyes. In this next article from the New York Post, Barr says there is a quote-unquote false narrative that many black people are shot by white cops. Attorney General Barr on Wednesday defended law enforcement, saying that there's a false narrative that many unarmed black people are shot by cops. Barr made the comments during a wide-ranging interview with CNN's Wolf Blitzer, where he had been rejected. He also rejected the idea that systemic racism exists in the justice system. Quote, I think the narrative that police are in some epidemic of shooting of unarmed black men is simply a false narrative, and that the narrative is based on a race war, Barr said. I agree. I think this says it all. This scene right here, definitely, it's a glimpse into America, where one side says, I can't breathe, and the other side says, of course you can breathe. I can breathe. And then you have the QAnon people that I think that they're onto something. Probably there's a lot of fake news around it. But there are cartels, there are human trafficking networks. It's not a far-fetched idea to think that a cartel and a human trafficking network pawned some politicians. I mean, come on. Quote, I think the narrative that the police are in some epidemic shooting of black men is simply a false narrative, and also a narrative that's based on race, Barr said. I think I repeated that twice, sorry. White feminism is it's a racist form of feminism, where they put white women's issues at the top of everyone's else's issues. And this happens where first off, women are getting almost 2/3 of the college degrees. There's institutionalized white feminism and anti-white racism in the workplace and at the far leftist universities, where they're forcing the staff members to go around in circles at these meetings and say token anti-racist, feminist, and pro LGBTQTAI 2CBICT DDBD beep 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 CBD beep. For real, dog. You got to try some of that beep 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 shit. Man, that shit fucks you up, dog. The fact is that it's very rare for unarmed African Americans to be shot by a white police officer. In many instances where cops use excessive force, Barr said, the case is fear and not because of race. I think there are two justice systems, he told Blitzer. While Barr acknowledged that there are situations where black Americans are treated differently in a system that their white counterparts, he said, didn't think that there was necessarily racism. And proof of this is that Africans are the highest paid group of immigrants in the United States. They are not complaining about being oppressed. Their grades are not low. They try hard. It's because their attitude towards education is different. I am an engineer, so I'm going to be biased. I'm going to be the one that says, is repping the STEM, entrepreneurship, design, and education, STEM ed. So I'm going to be biased, but I'm always going to say that you should be studying. You should be reading. You should be reading thousands of news articles like me. You should be doing something original, trying to break out. Don't try to do things because it's popular. Do things because it's right. And if it's really unpopular, but it's the right thing to do, that's how you know you found what you should be doing. It's what I'm doing, right? You think this is popular, man? No, man, I'm in a leftist shithole, dude. I've got all the lefties just throwing rotten tomatoes at me, dude, hating on me. You're a sexist. You're a misogynist. You're like, nah, I am the misogynistic, imaginary misogynistic pig boogeyman, the one from MSNBC and the Southern Poverty Law Center, It is me. I am the one that are oppressing the women. Yes, up here in my ivory tower with my fancy suit from the Goodwill. I am the one who is underpaying the women. It is me. I took all of the money. But as you can see, this is a bunch of nonsense. Obviously, I'm not oppressing the women from up top my ivory tower. That would obviously be the imaginary misogynistic big boogeyman, the imp. One from the Southern Poverty Law Center that they say is the part of the hate group. He's the misogynist, the one that hates women because he doesn't agree with everything they say. He's not a feminist. So that means he's got to be a womanator, right? All right. You gone cuckoo. While Barr acknowledges that there are situations where Black America... Oh, hold on, sorry. The nation's top prosecutor also touched on the civil rights protests raging across the U.S., especially in Portland, Oregon, and Kenosha. They're not protests, they're race riots. They hate Donald Trump. They're trying to get Donald Trump elected. That's what it's all about. It's always been about trying to get Donald Trump elected. They don't care about the ballot pact. They fail to understand that the point of a protest is not, in a democracy, is not to demand change, to force people to do everything that you want. The goal is to bring out as many people as you can to show the people who supports this and why you should support it, because when you try to argue facts with people, you will not get the facts. They don't care about the facts. And even if you are using facts, it still does not mean that you're not going to get extremely pissed off and be a tyrant. Race riot, something about a tyrant. I'm sorry, I spaced out. Damn it. The moment I said Democrat race riot, I'm like, what? Is this shit really going on? I mean, for real. This is like the most parallel universe shit I've ever seen. It's like 98 straight days of race riots from white feminists and Antifa up in the ivory, and all getting fueled by the ivory tower liberals, the fake news industrial complex, spin out that fake news all day. They got so much fake news, it's like a fire hydrant. Just like fake news. Race riots raging across the U.S., specifically in Portland and Kenosha, in recent weeks over the police shooting of the alleged rapist Jacob Blake, one that beat and raped his girlfriend. And then he wasn't supposed to be at the house. Then he showed up and he had a knife. He was took the woman's keys, wouldn't let him leave. And then the cops came. And then he was trying to go grab a knife up in the car. He had the knife in his hand. But then they said something about it being in a car, but you can see it in his hand. Then they shot him because he was going to either stab her with the knife or get into a high-speed chase with the kids in the car. But the story that you heard was that white cop kills unarmed black man because they're trying to get scam donations. They know if they tell you a lie about what happened, that they'll get millions of dollars in donations from GoFundMe. George Soros, through moveon.org. This is the funniest thing about the intellectual dark web, is like, this shit's just like, you're like, all right, George Soros funding race riots. Like, what? You're on one, like Democrats, deep state with some pedo cult. You're like, what is it? This is insane, dude. Like, and then you start to look into the weeds of it, and you're like, oh, well, there's drug cartels, right? Right? They got massive, huge sex trafficking, human trafficking operations, right? Oh, all right. You'd be foolish to think that a cartel with billions of dollars hasn't paid off at least one politician, right? Okay. Do they have any videotapes of them having sex with minors? Doing drugs on tape? Nope. Statistically, you're likely to find more than one. This is the thing. You're like, okay, most of this stuff sounds kind of crazy at first. And then you start to look at the evidence and you're like, wow, Democrats are some of the most insanely corrupt people I've ever seen. They're like on another level. They're like, nah, bro, hold my beer. Barr described how authorities were tracking members of the left-wing Antifa movement who were crossing state lines to incite violence at demonstrations and even purchasing weapons before riots, possibly with donations from Black Looter Mob scams on GoFundMe, Change.org, or through George Soros on the MoveOn.org, where they're doing all these scam petitions. I've talked to every police chief in every city where there's been major violence, and they've all had identified Antifa as the ramrod for the violence. And quote, he said, also, too, I would like to blame the hood Democrats, the low-income, big city liberals who dogmatically vote for ivory tower liberals because they think somehow that's magically going to make the ivory tower power structure go away, and then you rise up to the top. Like, you're crazy. Oh man, you're down there, dude. There's a lot of people down there, man. The bottom of the pyramid. Bottom of the pyramid. Yeah, you're not going up there through the ivory tower power structure, dude. I hate to be the one to break it to you, but voting for an ivory tower liberal is not going to magically lift the glass ceiling. In this next story from Batshit Crazy Land, through the New York Post, California District Attorney, new policy to consider looters' needs before charging them. A California District Attorney is requiring prosecutors to consider looters' needs when weighing criminal charges against them. The new mandate set forth by Contra Costa County District Attorney Bain Becton makes it tougher to prosecute looting cases in the city, which is just outside of San Francisco. So you currently they have an epidemic of homeless people taking shits on the streets in San Francisco. We're going to watch this video a couple of times here tonight.
Everywhere. It's just a mess out here.
Where is the poorest, dirtiest, most depressing slum in the world? In Haiti? India? Africa? Is that what this is?
No, I'm in America. One of the richest parts of America, highest rents in all of America. This is San Francisco today. Encampments of street people everywhere.
Some pitch tents, planning to stay a long time. Some have mental problems.
Vampires are real and I'm paranoid as all hell.
Other street people complain about them.
They run around and they shout at themselves. They make it bad for people like us that hang out with a sign.
Hey bitch, stick that camera up your head.
Some people shoot up in plain sight.
It's nasty seeing somebody actually shoot up drugs like right there. The police don't do anything about it. They'll get somebody for drinking a beer, but they'll walk right past people using needles.
Every day in San Francisco, an average of 85.
All right, so I oftentimes joke about how there's homeless people all over the place in San Francisco banging cartel dope next to the ivory towers. And you could be walking down the street and you could get cholera, Hep C, Hep B, Hep A, typhoid fever, the Black Plague, dysentery, gonorrhea, COVID, and TB when you step on a pile of human shit with a hypodermic needle in it next to a bum banging cartel dope that he got from an illegal immigrant. And when I say this joke, it's actually true.
5 cars are broken into.
They're called smash and grabs.
Inside Edition left things in a car to test how long they'd last. Not long.
Watch as these Bonnie and Clyde wannabes stroll up and peer inside our car. They wait here for the sidewalk to clear. Then the thief throws up his hood.
There he goes, you just broke in. What's going on?
Hey guys.
Good, everything good today?
Good. Yeah.
Since store owners can't rely on city cops to deal with the masses of home.
Yeah, I think they have some sort of city ordinance where you could steal up to $930 worth of stuff. So they just go through with a gang full of people and everybody just loads up on a little bit less than $1,000 worth of stuff. Then you can't do anything to stop them.
Homeless. Some hire private police to patrol around.
This is Kamala the Snitch's America. Kamala the Snitch Harris, the one running with Joe Magoo Biden, the one that sits on the Senate Select Committee for Intelligence that's behind Russiagate. Yeah, she's from California. She's from San Francisco. This is Kamala the Snitch Harris's America, where you got homeless people all over the place banging cartel dope they got from an illegal immigrant, taking shits. You can get all kinds of nasty diseases just walking down the street. You step on a pile of human shit with a hypodermic needle next to a bum who coughed. You got all kinds of nasty diseases like the plague and shit. That's what she wants to bring to your hometown.
Around their stores. Cody Clements works this neighborhood.
A lot of times because somebody who pays for our service calls and says, hey, there's a homeless group of people setting up a camp in front of my business or my residence. Can you come ask them to move?
There used to be hundreds of private cops like Cody, but then San Francisco's police union complained. Now there are fewer than 10 left.
Can I just have you guys stand up for me?
Cody offers help to people living on the streets, but most turn it down.
Well, do you need any type of homeless outreach services or anything?
San Francisco is generous. It offers street people food stamps, free shelter, train tickets, and $70 a month in.
And it's a sanctuary city. You can even be an illegal immigrant and sell your dope downtown, and they won't even bust you.
Cash.
I don't use any resources, but they're always offering resources. San Francisco is just a good place.
We'll come back and watch that one again. What was this one about? So this is what this is what the corrupt California Democrats want to do. And the reason why, got to take a little bit of a detour because most people don't watch the show. There's so many videos that I have to go through a couple of things a number of times, but this is what they want to do. This is their plan. This is how the Democrats are planning to maintain control, is with immigration. And you can see this chart from the Census Bureau entitled, sorry, I have to say the name of the title. It's entitled A Changing Nation, population projections under alternative immigration scenarios. And it's figure 1, U.S. population 1900 to 2016, population projections 2017 to 2060. And what you can see is that if we don't have any immigration, our population is going to go down. Now we could see a human mating span is less than 40 years. So 2060, 510. So this number here. So we could see that at 2060, if we don't have any immigration, our population will be 319.7 million people. With the low immigration scenario, it'll be 376.2 million. High immigration scenario, it's 446.9 million people. California is a sanctuary state. They like illegal immigrants there because their kids vote for Democrats. 2/3 of them vote for Democrats. 29% are Republicans, and then the rest are independents. I think they typically vote for Republicans. Latinos are pretty conservative. They like Jesus. Good people. But as we could see, the Democrats, what they propose is that we pack in an extra 70 million immigrants over the next 40 years. And reason being is because 2/3 of them vote for Democrats. Many of them come from communist countries. So they're importing in socialism and Marxism. And now they're saying the white men are too racist. They can't be in control. We have to take out their culture because their culture is racist. We have to attack their white privilege. We have to continually attack and remove them from the workplace because they have a glass ceiling that they're using to hold down the woman, the white feminist. And so we have to take them out because they have all the money. So in order to come up the social hierarchy, they got to attack your statues. They got to take them out. They got to take out your history to replace it with a brownwashed version of history where they carefully craft the fake news narrative to make you think that the African Americans are more oppressed by the white people than they were in Africa from the people who sold them into slavery, and that it's so bad that they got taken to the New World and that now they in the dopest country. Because when you actually look at the numbers of how many slaves they had and how many people die in wars, in order to get that much land that the African Americans have, countries would go to war and kill way more people than that for that amount of land. So what these people don't want to tell you is that the Democrats, through their policies, have swamped out some ungodly portion of the American population. In 1990, 13.4% of the American population was born from immigrants. In 2018, 25.9% of the population was born from immigrants. Immigrants are lovely people. They're smart. They usually come up the social hierarchy because they're good people. They're smart. They were raised right. Came from innovative, brilliant people. As you can see, it's increased about 12.5%. So what they've done is they swapped out, since 1990, they swapped out over 12.5%. Look at the exact number, 15, 13 is 12, and then 0.5, 12.5. So in my lifetime, they swapped out maybe 15% of the population with immigrants. And their justification is that the white man is racist. They took the land from the Amerindians, the nomads who followed animals around out in the woods. They didn't have a government, and they did not have a wheel. They did not have boats where they could sail. They had to walk across the land bridge. And 95% of them got smallpox. And they died before they ever even met a white man. But this is the white man's fault that the Amerindians did not invent smallpox medications. Had they only invented the smallpox medication, they would control the world. The Aztecs would control the entire continent. The ones that did ritual human sacrifice, killed virgins, took slaves, did barbaric rituals. Or it would have been the Amerindians on the East Coast. It would have been them. Because only brown people are allowed to control America. Because the racist white man is a colonizer. Right. So like it wasn't my choice to be born here. I was just born here, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, the people who own America are the people who have their name on the deed right now. And whatever the fuck you're talking about, I have no clue what you're talking about. That's like some shit from history that you don't know very well that obviously is a false narrative. And then the Democrats, this is how they want to maintain control, is they can't tell you the truth. So they have to lie to you because their goal is they don't care about helping the majority of Americans out. The majority of Americans don't support their policies. So instead, they have to focus on these people. They're voting demographics. This is a Pew Research study entitled An Examination of the 2016 Electorate Based off Validated Voters. And it shows you the demographics who voted for them. So you have all of the black people voted for them for some odd reason. 2/3 of the Hispanics, 28% voted for Republicans. 62% of white men voted for Donald Trump. 32% for Hillary Clinton. The white women, 45%. It was like split on the white women. More Republican white women. See, really, honestly, yeah. I mean, this kind of shows you, like, if you want to hook up with chicks, your chances of getting laid are going to be higher if you go for conservative women because there are more of them. And then you can see Hispanic men and women about the same as the general one. And then you got college grads, and more college grads voted Democrat than Republicans. But so Democrats often think that conservatives are just stupid. They're like, oh, they're the uneducated ones, right? But they're like, okay, non-college grads, so like a little bit more non-college grads voted for them. And then among whites, more non-college grads voted. But if you look at all the demographics, but the Democrats will only look at some of them. They'll be like, okay, Republicans are stupid because the liberal arts majors and the women studies and the African American studies majors, the ones that like are only qualified, the only thing they can do that they're qualified to do in the workplace is to replace white men with minorities and women. The ones that say they're hiring diverse people, but they won't hire the black people because their grades are too low. This was the white feminists. It was in the ivory tower, right? Up top, the ivory tower. And this is really what they're doing. You have to examine the data. These people, what they do is they focus group test stuff, and they tell you whatever these groups of people want to hear to get you to vote for them, to watch, like the post, watch the ad, buy the product, and vote for them. So their goal is to just, if they can get these groups here, then eventually they think, well, maybe we'll get this group of people too, right? It's like a beachhead strategy. You're like, all right, well, we can get these voters. We can get all these voters. If we do this tactic, then we don't have to pay attention to these voters, right? This is the fundamental problem with the Democrats. And why I'm completely opposed to what they're doing is because their strategy fundamentally is that they don't care about the majority of America. That's it. Joe Magoo Biden's platform, he wants to give out $1,500 loans to first-time minority home, or not loans, grants to first-time, or tax credits or something, to first-time minority homeowners. He wants to give business loans to minority-owned businesses, and he wants to make the Federal Reserve talk about race. This is Joe Magoo's plan, is that he's going to pander to all the minority groups and the white feminists, and he's going to take the white man's privilege. He's going to take my Goodwill suit because I got way too much white privilege, baby. Yeah, I got a white privilege factory. I'd be giving out free white privilege to all the privileged white males. Oh, and you can't have any. As we can see, you can just sit up here and make fun of these people for hours on end and not run out of material. So let's get back to what are these people doing? All right, so we revealed the demographics of who they are. We got hood Democrats. We got your ivory tower liberals, your Antifa, your Bernie Bros, the Yang Gang. You got the ivory tower liberals up at the top. And then behind the scenes, you got Chinese Nazi Party funding shit. They took over Hollywood because most the movies make more money in Hollywood. So in order to sell your movies there, you have to comply with what Xi Jinping wants. And they get to select which movies are going to come up, which movies make money. So they could make a shitty knockoff of a formerly badass movie with a white male character, replace it with him with a minority or a whaman, a African American, a Wanjin, or a Kleenex, a Latinx. Because they need Kleenex to dry the rivers full of lib tears from their snowflake eyes. And damn it. I forgot what I was talking about. Something about the wham man. So, Biden's plan, yeah, you have to pander to these people. You have to make them feel oppressed because they have to, the way that they are going to come up is through the victim pyramid. That's how you get to the top. Is through a diversity ticket. But you can't, once you call them out, dude, he's like, who do these people, man? You're like, these people are a bunch of fucking bozos, bro. All right. This next article from the New York Post, wild video shows man being smashed with a brick in Baltimore. Warning, close your eyes if you're sensitive to content. That's just barbaric. I fear for my safety. I tell people the real news with real talk. And on Facebook, people can't handle the truth. They can't debate with people with skills like mine. And so they often lash out at me. And my tongue is so sharp that I shred them like Swiss cheese. And so they cry rivers full of lib tears from the snowflake eyes. And they can't handle it. So they get mad and they say, this dude's the imaginary misogynistic pig, the imp pig boogeyman from the MSNBC and the Southern Poverty Law Center. And it's true. I am the one that's oppressing the where man. It is me. I am the one who is underpaying all of the women. I have a white privilege factory. I give out free white privilege to all of the white males. And you can't have any. So, they can't take jokes. They don't know. So, then they get upset. And then they start burning your city down, looting, murdering, black looter mobs. And then it goes outside of the downtown. And then it comes into the neighborhoods where they pick off people like me. They come kill me because I'm sitting up here like talking all this shit. And they're all like pissed off because they're like, they're trying to get that government handout. You know, they want that next stimulus check. So like, they're like, oh, this guy's racist. I ain't gonna get another stimulus check. This dude keeps running his mouth, man. Then they show up, you know, with like guns and some baseball bats and shit. I'm like, yo, homie, chill the fuck out, bro. What the hell are you on? And it's because they're fucking terrorists, man. They're fucking terrorists, dude. That's how terrorists act, bro. They show up with like gangs full of people. They just like drive by, yes, come up, just like behind you, just like crack right up over top of the head. Brick your ass, son. Best watch your back, dude. Don't be rolling unless you strap, bro. So, I need to do me a donation drive to buy me body armor and ammo. Because I'm going to need that shit, dog. I'm going to need that shit. Donate to Real Simple News at realsimplenews.net/issue98 for this show. Or /donate. Here in another video, we can see Antifa Nazi kicking some dude down the head. They're violent. They'll come for you.
Back up, guys.
Take him home. Take him home. He just got his ass. He just got his ass.
Now just imagine if this was a bunch of white dudes beating up a black guy, right? Dude, they'd be like race rioting. Me too. Anything else? This next story from the Daily Mail. 2 anti-government extremist Boogaloo boys are charged with attempting to team up with Hamas in plot to blow up a courthouse and assassinate white supremacist U.S. senators. Welcome to batshit crazy land. Michael Robert Solomon, 30, and Benjamin Ryer Teeter, 22, were arrested on Thursday in Minnesota on federal charges of attempting to support terrorists. They are self-described Boogaloo Boys, an anti-government extremist movement that advocates for violence and overthrow of the federal government. I don't think so. That's fake news. It's just some meme that started up on... Okay, my own personal theory, through my analysis of the intellectual dark web, is that Civil War II Electric Boogaloo 2, Civil War II Electric Boogaloo is code word for a electronic boogeyman campaign to turn the far right and the far left, to annihilate the conservative power structure, to topple the United States government, and that they've been doing a cyber warfare operation using all of the social media channels along with Wikipedia and rewriting our history in our textbooks. That a lot of this is due to a psychological operation that the Chinese government did because the CCP is losing power. They have that national security law in Hong Kong where it's illegal to encourage sedition for Hong Kong to overthrow the Chinese Nazi Party led by Winnie the Pooh. Xi Jinping looks like Winnie the Pooh, and he's got really thin skin. He can't take it when you say he looks like Winnie the Pooh. So they banned Winnie the Pooh from China. So I like to troll him. But these Boogaloo boys, they just put this stuff out on chat channels, and these people just thought it was funny. It was like a 4chan thing. Ain't no like, some of these people are in malicious. You're always going to be able to come out with the crazy, bro. There's every single bag of nuts, there's a fucking wingnut in it, dude. Every fucking time, man. There's a lot of bags of nuts, bro. You just kind of shaking around, dude. You get fucking all kinds of crazies popping out the tree. Next thing you know, you find some Russians, some Chinese. They had traveled to Minnesota to support protests against police brutality. FBI informant and undercover agent recorded them in a bizarre alleged plot. The suspects allegedly tried to team up with Hamas to attack America. Discussed plot to blow up county courthouse with C4, prosecutors say. They also plotted to assassinate U.S. senators and white supremacists. FBI says the men made illegal gun silencers they thought were for Hamas. And prosecutors say it is a case of enemy of mine is enemy of my friend. So as you can see, the far lefties go straight fucking nuts and shit. They're like, this is a far left, far right conspiracy group, hate group up on the internet. Like, all right. And then it turns out to be some fucking far left, like fruitcakes. Like, all right. Okay. Maybe you guys should like learn what left-right politics means and flat social hierarchies and steep social hierarchies. But the reason why the definition changed was because people didn't understand that shit. Basically, it's more like a socialist scale. When you call far right fascist, means like farthest right, the steepest social hierarchy, as opposed to the flattest social hierarchy, which is communism on the far left. Far left means you're communist. Far right means you are Nazi or KKK can be considered in there. Although some, they're far right. But that's kind of the limit because black people are racist. They're saying if you're theocratic, you're far right. So the Jews, the Israelis, they're far right. The people that Hitler killed, they're far right. All the people who oppose illegal immigration, you're far right. So, who are these Boogaloo boys? Who's this guy? What do we got for the Boogaloo boys? Here they are. What was that? I don't know what that. So if you fund this show, make a donation at realsimplenews.net/donate or realsimplenews.net/issue98 for this video. Your funds go to WikiSpy, a tool for monitoring Wikipedia or wiki-like sites for tampering by hostile powers and political bias. And it's going to be a fact-checking service. I don't have a lot of work done on it. It's a relatively new thing, but I have cool AI. So I think that you'll like it. And then the news app that I'm making, the Real Simple News Network app, will help you manage your indie live stream on YouTube and generate thumbnails for you, thumbnail collages, similar to what you're seeing in the background. I'm training a neural network to make these. Because we got to get real simple news going on in every single language with like a bazillion people with like every country having their own thing and a whole bunch of people doing it. And then we'll get rid of all the fake news. Any other pictures of the Boogaloo boys? Here's a video of the Boogaloo boys.
So tell me who you are.
Well, I mean, free Americans, yeah.
And what are you doing today?
We were out here yesterday too, down on the original protest site. So basically, you've seen the records that cops keep, and cops are a lot less likely to try and tread on people's rights when there's other armed Americans with them. So we figured it's about damn time that some, or at least I figure that it's about damn time some heavily armed rednecks stood with fellow citizens.
And why are you protecting this store?
Well, I mean, this wasn't exactly a specified action. We've been kind of, so we just kind of ended up here. We've been moving around and just trying to see what's what without getting necessarily completely slapped by massive groups of people. And while we were walking, somebody mentioned that there were some guys at the back of us actually wanted to know if they were over to go buy something, and they said that they're closed and they're defending their businesses. Oh yeah, Target's on fire. Yeah. By the way. Yeah. But and anyway, so we heard that. We're like, well, we better kit up and go see if these guys need help. And turns out these guys are out here with machetes and shattered windows trying to keep looters out of the business because cops can't get in here. And so, you know, I figured before they were cops, they were just Americans. So here we are. Or, you know, during the LA riots. Or during the LA.
Alright. Like, as a Boogaloo boys, anybody who, like, is pro-gun, maybe used to be in the army, and then, like, likes memes on the internet, and shows up and says, Boogaloo boys! This next article from Newsweek, Black man's death in custody sparks protests in Rochester, New York. Warning, what you were about to see is graphic footage. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Wrong video.
Like many, these...
Do they have the video here? I guess it's that... I'm sorry. I messed up. Daniel Prude died in March after police in Rochester, New York, placed a hood over his head, pressed his face into the ground for 2 minutes. On Wednesday, Prude's family showed video of Prude's death during a news conference. On the video, which is obtained by Prude's family via request for public records, Prude can be seen naked as he follows a request from officers to get on the ground and place his hands behind his back. Perdue begins to shout. Officers place a hood over Perdue's head. After complaints, Perdue is still attempting to spit. An officer holds Perdue's head against the street, another knees against his back. How do you see me and not directly say this man is defenseless, buck naked on the ground? He's cuffed already, come on, said Joe Prude, Daniel Prude's brother, on Wednesday's news conference. How many more brothers got to die on society to understand this needs to stop? I'm trying to look for the video. They might not have put it on here. I think I got it in the next slide. Sorry. Okay. If you don't have it, I'm going to let you go look at it on the internet. I'm going to say, I definitely agree with him. It's a tragedy. The man was high on PCP. And he was spitting at the cops, and they put a bag on his head. And he suffocated with the bag on his head. Probably not because of what the cop did, but more because he was on PCP. And that happens. It can happen. I don't know what to tell you. They carry bags in their car for when people spit on you. If you're high on PCP and you're spitting on cops and they put a bag over your head and you choke, it's probably not the cop's fault. If you feel the other way, you should comment below or at realsimplenews.net/issue 98. So here, let's watch the videos of the race riots. Here the black litter mob is knocking over tables.
There's no need to run. Nobody's hurting y'all. We're shutting the party down. Nobody's gonna touch you. We're shutting your party down. Calm down. Calm down.
Are these people insane? You gotta wonder, is there a really good load of dope up in the hood right now? Comment down below. Do you think I'm right? Here they are marching down the street into the residential neighborhood. Here they are. Black looter mob is setting fires up in the streets because They want justice before the court trials happen. Here they are getting tear gas. They're the good guys. Here we can see black looter mobs chanting, "We gonna burn it down, motherfucker."
If we gotta burn it down, we gonna burn this motherfucker down now. We did it peaceful for the last 2 days. For the last 2 days, we did it peaceful. If we gotta burn.
Yeah. So if you just like give them everything they want, they'll just like learn that they could do that. They'll just come and mob and burn down your city. And burn, loot, and murder. With the black looter mob. This is fine. No, it's fine.
Lives matter. Black lives matter.
I don't know about anybody else, but that is just like wretchedly annoying when these people say this shit. I mean, for real, dude. I've heard these people chant this lunatic brainwashing chant so many times. It's just like, oh my God. Ugh. Here the black looter mob is assaulting random people. Here we can see a fiery protest. Oh, it's a fiery peaceful protest. He's just burning, looting, and murdering. Yeah. Good old peaceful protest, man. Now we can hear this, I will agree, is a peaceful protest. What it looks like. You better clue. Right. They don't try to give me a copyright strike for reporting on the news to you, because that's what the scene looks like. But they send bots after you, bots that don't own copyrights, to harass you when you report on the news, and then they have a song on it. So I have to, you can't experience reality. You have to have it censored to make money for some ivory tower liberal. So we have to mute. Basement dwelling Antifa. Sorry. Let me In this next story from Batshit Crazy Land, from the Daily Mail, Antifa agitator from his mama's basement, known as Commander, read, cried, and dropped into fetal position when he was arrested with a flamethrower on his way back to a black looter mob rally in Wisconsin. Matthew Banta was discovered with a flamethrower, smoke grenades, fireworks, and Antifa flags in Green Bay, Wisconsin on Saturday night. The 23-year-old admitted he was on his way to a black looter mob riot. Then he was denied he was trying to cause trouble. He's charged with multiple offenses, held on $2,500 bond. Earlier this month, Banta arrested for pointing a loaded gun at police officers and biting and kicking an officer during a peaceful protest. He was charged and released. And a number of black looter mob rioters have been caught rioting. And then in Oregon, 2 of the people who were caught rioting later went on and murdered people. So the Democrat prosecutor here in Oregon refused to prosecute these people because he's a leftist. He said, "No, man, they're just working for racial justice." Right. So like the all the people that support socialism, who are doing the cultural Marxism, trying to get rid of the white man because all white teams are inferior because of the doctrine of diversity, which says that they did studies that show that diverse teams are more productive and innovative. So the white feminist, a racist form of feminism where they put white women's issues on the top, they generalize this to mean that this is the color of your skin because they view everything through the lens of gender and race. So they think that if you put a bunch of black people who act white on a team full of white people, that this is magically diversity. Most of their ideas are half-baked like this. And so therefore you have to replace the white man because they're privileged white males passing out that white privilege from the white privilege factory downtown, where they're giving out all the free white privilege to all the white males, and they won't give you any. In fact, I am the owner of the white privilege factory, and trust me, we have so much white privilege down there. We've got boxes full, dude. We're giving out truckloads full of people, dude. Just like massive sacks full of white privilege. I'm just giving out all the white dudes. But nope. None of y'all African Americans can have none, because it's all mine. I took all the white privilege. You're not getting any white privilege from me. No, you're not. Because I'm giving it only to the white males. Right. So they act like they're these big tough Antifa dudes, right? And as it turns out, they're little mama's basement dwelling pansies that just tuck into a fetal position and cry when you skewer them. This next article from the New York Post: Black looter mobs clash with cops again in D.C. overnight. Black looter mob rioters in Washington, D.C. clashed with cops again on Sunday night as they marched through residential streets, urging locals to get out of their homes and into the streets for cultural Marxism. Coming to a theater near you. Sponsored by Xi Jinping and the Democrats, Joe Magoo Biden and Kamala the Snitch Harris. You know who wears the pants in the family. I mean, it's Creepy Joe, the Groper. Groper Joe. Creepy Uncle Groper Joe. Right. The marchers chanted, "No justice, no peace. No mob justice, no peace. Mob justice, no peace." They can't wait till the trial. And if the guy's innocent, they won't be happy with the verdict anyways. And they marched, "Get out of your homes and into the streets." And they shone lights into people's homes, set off fireworks, and spray painted the streets and sidewalks. The group returned to Black Looter Mob Plaza around 11:30 p.m. with the protest taking violent turns 30 minutes later. That's when cops deployed some kind of chemical irritant to break up the group, sending plumes of smoke into the air. I personally am advocating that we just flood the streets with water and put sharks with laser beams on top of the heads in there. That's why you should vote for Cale McCullough for president 2024. I'm going to build the moat with these sharks with lasers on their heads. The chaotic night arrives 5 nights after protesters were arrested during a chaotic demonstrations Saturday into Sunday. 2 were charged with assaults on a police officer. So here they are at the Burn, Loot, Murder Plaza, marching through, assaulting police officers, being arrested, being an all-around menace, rioting over fake news. Maybe I should issue a snowflake trigger warning ahead of the time on the show. Police said the group of individuals were intent on damaging the property and injuring Metropolitan Police Department officers, begun engaging in riotous behavior at Burn, Loot, Murder Plaza and throughout the city, WUSA 9 reported. Protesters have descended on the nation's capital against racial inequality, the doctrine of diversity, because the white man has way too much white privilege. So we got to take that white privilege because the African Americans can't rise up the pyramid of victimization to the top of the ivory power with the white man in power. So we got to do cultural Marxism. We got to take out their cultural institutions. We got to take out the statues, the history. Say, nah, you too racist, bro. Nah, man. We got to like blow up Mount Rushmore and replace it with like Harriet Tubman and Rosa Parks and MLK. Because George Washington owned slaves. Thomas Jefferson did. No, man. We like Mount Rushmore, dude. If you would like to make another monument to your people so that we could also immortalize your culture, I am more than willing to vote for this. But as for the removal of the rest of our history to replace it with a brown version of the white history, I'm totally not in support of that one. That would be fake news. Rioters have descended on the nation's capital to rally against racial inequality, police brutality following the fake news police killing of George Floyd. The methed out black guy died from the 2 lethal doses of meth he had in his system and 14 lethal doses of fentanyl. He died of a heart attack in the ambulance. So if he died of a heart attack in the ambulance, it's kind of hard for Officer Chauvin to have killed him. Usually when somebody gets choked out, you don't die. I've been choked out a number of times. I'm still here. Somebody got choked out probably because of all the fentanyl and the meth. Just saying. Hate to be Captain Obvious, but when you do actually wait for the trial to happen, sometimes you'll find out it was fake news. So here we can see, here's a video of the lovely young gentleman who they race rioted over. And it's got hip-hop music in the background. Don't know if I can play it.
I stayed up the longest when my nigga died. Some more so I can stop the crying.
Got to get censored by some ivory tower liberal. You can't hear that. I can't report on the real news because they censor it on me. So instead, I got to censor it, turn the music off, so you don't get the real news. You just get part of the real news. But as you can see,
but now that you're gone, I'm in.
As you can see, these people are not the best people. They think that this is cool. This to them, they're like, no. If you discriminate against us for this, you're racist. You're racist. Really? I'm sorry to tell you, man, but after we watched your video, you're not getting the job. It's your fault. It's not racism. It's reality. Here we have a tweet of the body cam footage of the incident in question. Sorry, I forgot to tell you this dude's gonna get killed on this thing. I'm not trying to shock you. News. Yeah, that sucks. You got a gun. I don't know where this is at. This is the Warriors 2 trailer. It's looking amazing. Posted on the 2nd. This is what your BLM donations are being used to fund.
Now we got a Rolls Royce, bro.
Burn, loot, murder. Here we can see.
Y'all see any of these kids on a regular basis? He wasn't done growing mentally,
some
even
crazy
fucking physically.
Rioter.
Shot in the back. What? How much more of a coward can you be than to shoot somebody in the back?
Sniper rifle. See, but this is the hypocrisy of the black looter mob, is that typically they are glamorizing it when the gangbanger has the fully automatic assault rifles, got the hip hop music, just going, yeah, I'm high, bruh. And then when they're killing people, they're like, yeah, fuck those Jews. Yeah, they deserved it, man. And then they're like gangbanging, beating the shit out of people. But the moment the cops try to stop these guys and there's an accident, then they're out burning, looting, murdering in black looter mobs. And it's the white man's fault because I won't share that white privilege that I got from the Goodwill.
Twice.
Twice. And here they go. Here the guys are. Y'all make sure that you go outside
All right, here's another picture of BLM Antifa harassed black female police officer.
That's why you're in front, so in case we throw anything, your ass gets hit. You're a pawn, bitch. You're a pawn, bitch. This is
Black lives only matter if you're not a cop to them. If you're a cop, they are the burn, loot, murder, black loot mob. So you can support them, but trust me, they will turn on you. They're not going to stop when they found that they can burn, loot, and murder and get away with it. And at that point in time, then we enter a state of lawlessness, and then probably going to end up with a lot more burning, looting, and murdering.
You know you're black as fuck, right? Like, you're about 3 shades darker than me. So that means they don't.
Here's a video of the black looter mob protesting for dead DC gangbangers.
No.
Blocking the highway.
No.
And then you got the good guys pulling them out the car. You're under arrest.
Yeah. Do not fucking get near me at all. Look what you just did.
I remember back in the day when you used to watch Cops, and you were like, yeah, get him. Oh, they fucked him up. Yeah. And then now they crying rivers full of lip tears. They need to get Kleenex on their food stamps because they entitled to it. If you don't give it to them, they're going to come back and burn your business down. And they say it's racism when you don't want to hire them.
You're a fucking house nigga. You are a house nigga. Get the fuck off of me. Get away from me. Anything fucking happens to him.
He's gonna be arrested. So just stand back.
You got fuck.
Stand back.
You know what I?
Stand back.
Get the fuck away from me. I can actually be right the fuck here. I can actually be.
You can't. So stand back. You're legally on the freeway. Did you know that? Do you know that?
I have the right to
No, you don't.
protest. Yes, I actually do.
No, you don't.
Seattle Municipal Code.
No.
12.
Oh my God, dude. It's like a cacophony of stupid, dude. Non-stop, dude. You should donate to the show because of how many crazy riot videos I have to watch. I have to listen to these crazy leftists all the time, dude. Like, donate realsimplenews.net/donate. This next article from Daily Mail: vandals deface Elvis Presley's Graceland by spray painting Black Lives Matter, defund the police, and abolish ICE. on walls surrounding the King's Tennessee mansion. Elvis Presley's Graceland in Memphis was defaced by vandals overnight with Black Looter Mob graffiti. The slogans were painted in thin black and orange lettering on the stone that surrounds the mansion, because when history goes back and looks at the art created by the Black Looter Mob, you will see that it's just a bunch of bullshit, stupid, retarded graffiti. Like, all right. If you want to judge a group of people based upon their arts, these people are going down with the cavemen, man. Graceland, where Elvis lived for 20 years before his death in August 1977, was also married to by others scrawlings. The lettering covered thousands of the tributes to Elvis written by fans who have visited the site since 1982. Bill Stanley, Elvis's stepbrother, described how appalling he was that someone would deface the King's home. Vandals also struck Levitt Shell concert venue in Overton Park, spray painting sprawling obscenities including F Trump and F Strickland. That's just a real shame. I think a lot of people have signed this wall. It's just sad. It's cultural Marxism, man. They're coming to a theater near you, sponsored by Xi Jinping and the Democrats. Here we can see the king in front of the mansion. He's badass. Now you can see the detestable cultural Marxist graffiti that is defacing our cultural institutions because they're pissed off at the white males, because Kale is oppressing all of the minorities up in the ivory tower, up with my Goodwill suit. It's me. I'm the one that's underpaying the women. I'm the one that took all the white privilege and I give it out for free to all the white males. But I won't give you any. So, you just got to go take out our cultural institutions. Make sure that those white people can't have their history, because it's racist, nah. It's irritating. Speed of flow. All right. So many stories tonight. In our next story from the Daily Mail, rioters gather in LA after cops shoot and kill black man in a hail of bullets after they chase him off his bike. He dropped a bundle of clothes hiding a handgun. Deputies had observed the man, identified by family members as Dion Kisley, riding a bicycle in Westmont along 100th Street, Boulogne Avenue at 3 p.m. Lieutenant Brandon Dean said that it was at this time that the man jumped off his bike and began running northbound towards 109th Place. The man was found shortly after, a few blocks away, which time Dean says the officers attempted to make contact with them. As they approached, Dean said the man, who was clutching items of clothing in his hand, punched one of the deputies in the face, and then he dropped the gun. Deputies noticed that inside of the item items that he dropped contained a black semi-automatic handgun, Dean said during Monday's conference. The two officers who both opened fire at the man, striking him several times. So here is the man. Looks like straight up out of a 90s Dr. Dre or Ice Cube movie. It sucks that this happened to this man. But, you know, if you punch a police officer and you have a gun, you're putting your life in danger. I'm not saying that the cops are innocent because the trial hasn't happened yet, but punch the cops, gun fell out, instantaneous reaction. I don't know, man. What's this dude punching cops? He's got a gun. So, as you can see, they'll come. They'll show up. They're getting all those donations from George Soros off MoveOn.org, from the scam petitions, from Any Blue, the Democrat fundraiser. They're getting GoFundMes, getting Fundlies. They're getting mad cash. Bro, now they can just show up and riot anytime, dude. They're like the number one biggest scam. They rake in more money than the Southern Poverty Law Center. Damn. They might be buying body armor and weapons with the donations. Or riot gear to keep them safe in the riots, because they know it's going to be a riot when they go down there. That's why they have to have the riot gear. They say, oh no, now my rights are being violated because I need riot gear to be at the riot. Like, really? Your rights are being violated because you need riot gear to be at a riot. What planet do these people live on? Here's the video of the man. We'll see what happened. It's graphic. Gonna get shot. Close your eyes, kids.
They own him. He out of here. He gone. He out of here. He was trying to dump on him too. Plus he was gonna dump him out. He got him. They smoked him. They smoked him. They smoked him, fool. That's crazy. They smoked him, fool. Oh, blood, they smoked him, fool. They smoked him, bro. Got nothing, nigga. He dead, nigga. What is you doing? What are you doing? Auntie Tiny, back up. How you gonna handcuff a dead man? How you gonna handcuff?
That sucks. Here's what they got to do to make sure that the white man can't keep oppressing them African Americans from them poor rural states. Here's another scene of the them shining lights in a cop's face.
Even with that badge, you a bitch and a half. You're so scared. You're so fucking scared. You're a fucking pussy. You're so fucking scared. You can't handle a fucking life. You can't even handle his life. You can't even fucking handle it. Without that badge, you a bitch and a half. Even with that badge.
Here's another video of the rioters gathering to do their Democrat race riots, to burn, loot, and murder over fake news. In this next article from Newsweek, NPR and New Books in Defense of Looting. It's an opinion piece. Don't usually cover opinion pieces, but I will give credit where credit is due. Newsweek puts out a bunch of fake news all the time, but they do at least have a good balance in their opinion section. Albeit, I'm not sure whether or not presenting both sides of the argument equally when one side is cultural Marxist is appropriate. There's always been letters to the editor sections. This one says, I keep thinking about the interview I encountered on NPR's latest offering, a podcast called Code Switch Race in Your Face. And I've covered this Code Switch thing a number of times. These people up at Nonsense Private Radio have gone off the deep end. They're cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. They are taking our tax money. They're funding it to use to make hit pieces against candidates that I support. This is not what they're supposed to be doing. Makes it private radio. It's nonsense. So, journalist Natalie Escobar was interviewing the white Marxist academic Vicky Osterweel about the new book from Hatchet Group called Defense of Looting. And I keep thinking that 4 minority business owners in Minneapolis, 3 African Americans, 1 Hispanic, and what their response would have likely been to the latest offerings of one of America's premier book publishers and one of America's biggest taxpayer-funded media companies. First, let's go to the nonsense private radio. I started with Escobar asking white progressive authors with the definition of looting. When I used the word looting, I meant the mass expropriation of property, mass shoplifting during the moment of upheaval or riot. Osterweel began. That's the thing I'm defending. I'm not defending any situation which property is stolen by force. Rather than challenge the most Orwellian new definition of looting that was conjured in thin air by a guest, Escobar plowed ahead. The nonsense private radio enabler sought further clarification on reason why looting is morally defensible. Osterweel happily complied. Quote, it gets people what they need for free immediately, which means that they are capable of living ... their lives without having to rely on jobs or a wage, which during COVID times is wildly unreliable, or particularly in these communities is not available, or it comes at great risk, and quote, Osterweel explains. Osterweel then went to explain the political significance of looting, quote, while it attacks the very way in which food and things are distributed, it attacks the idea of property. It attacks the idea that in order for someone to have a roof over their head or a meal ticket, they have to work for a boss, Osterweel explained. And the reason is that the world is organized that way, obviously for the profit of people who in the stores and factories. So you get that heart of that property relation, and it demonstrates without police and without state oppression, we can have things for free. Welcome to 1984, dystopian America. This is Biden's America. This is Kamala the Snitch Harris's America. But Osterweel wasn't finished with her broadside against capitalism and private property. She was just getting going. Quote, looting strikes the heart of property, of whiteness, of the police, and quote, Osterweel opinioned, quote, it gets to the very root of the way these things are interconnected. It also provides people with imaginative sense of freedom and pleasure, helps them imagine the world that could be, and think that a part of it that doesn't really get talked about, riots and looting are experienced sort of jealousy and liberatory. Looting as joyous as liberatory. She's serious, or hatchet and nonsense private radio serious. These people are serious, dude. These people have gone over the deep end, man. I've been covering so much NPR recently. It is nonsense private radio. Like, they've gone over the deep end, dude. We need to defund NPR. So use the hashtag defund NPR. And you should comment below, defund NPR. Personally think these people are a little bit over the deep end with their cultural Marxism shit, and we need to take their mic. In this next article from the BBC, Biden calls for police to be charged over Taylor and Blake shooting. Speaking in Delaware, Mr. Biden did not specify what counts should be brought in cases which have fueled race riots nationwide. The Democrat spoke after notching up a record fundraising haul in August. He has a lead over President Donald Trump, the king of memes, in opinion polls from fake news liberal arts colleges. Ahead of the November's election, during a news conference in his hometown of Wiggleton on Wednesday, Mr. Biden, aka Mr. Magoo, was asked whether he agreed to run with his running mate, Kamala the Snitch Harris, the one that he picked because she's black and she's got a set of tits. That the officers in the Blake and Taylor cases should be charged. Quote, I think we should let the justice system work its way, he said. I don't think that a minimum that they should need to be charged, the officers. End quote. So you got to translate this into English. What did the Ivory Tower liberals say? He said, I'm asking for a political prosecution. Usually, when you decode what these Ivory Tower liberals are saying in English, they sound like horrible people. I'd be up here for hours, dude. We're just getting started. In this next article from the Daily Mail, Joe Magoo Biden launches $45 million TV ad attacking Donald Trump, the king of memes, for looting and rioting that the black looter mobs are doing. He's trying to overpower the president's law and order message because they are in bed with the criminals, trying to create a state of lawlessness for their cultural Marxist fantasy where they're going to take out the racist white males. Because they can't stand how much white privilege I got. They got to come take it. Because they're like, oh, Kale, look, he's got so much white privilege. He's got a big YouTube channel. He's got a suit. we got to come take that white privilege. Oh, because we jealous of Kale now. Oh, we got to have what Kale's got. He's got that white privilege factory, dog. I hear he's giving out unlimited white privilege to all of the white males. And he won't share with any of the African Americans or the women or the Washins or the Kleenex. Did I just completely shatter your perceptions of reality? I'm sorry, I just made you cry, didn't I? Here, have a Kleenex to dry the rivers full of lip tears from your snowflake eyes. Joe Biden has released a new campaign video painting himself as tough on crime. I guess he forgot to do that until like a couple months before the election, right? Right. He's Mr. Magoo. The clip recycles his speech from Pittsburgh denouncing rioters and looters. The ad will run a week from today, or about 5 days from now. Costs $45 million. It's the biggest campaign spend so far, which means one thing. It's the big topic. It means that's the kick in the pants. You can't take it. Mr. Magoo is going down. Oh, wait till you hear about the scandal with Mr. Magoo. He's the groper. He's the dude that walks around the White House naked. He's groping all the women, and they got this crazy story coming up. I wish I was just hopped up on drugs and this was all just a delusional fantasy and I was like crazy, wake up in a mental institution. Sadly, the people who need to go to the mental institution are the Democrats. So do we get to see the ad? Here's the ad. Blaming the riots on Trump.
I want to make it absolutely clear. Rioting is not protesting. Looting is not protesting. It's lawlessness. Plain.
Well, what if you're protesting laws against looting? Just saying.
And simple. And those who do it should be prosecuted. Fires are burning and we have a president who fans the flames. He can't stop the violence because for years he's fomented it. But his failure to call on his own supporters to stop acting as an armed militia in this country shows.
What does the Second Amendment say? A well-trained militia being a necessity to the free state, the right to bear arms shall not be abridged. So that means that Mr. Magoo, who's on the party of cancel culture and censorship and on the side of the black looter mobs who are burning, looting, and murdering in almost all the big cities over fake news. That's who Mr. Magoo's backing. And Mr. Magoo's son, Hunter Biden, got a $1.6 billion deal from the Chinese through his dad. And then they're in the pockets of the Chinese. They don't want to kick out the illegal immigrants because 2/3 of them vote for Democrats. They don't care if you change the language, because when you change the language, you change the culture. Because they're Marxists. They're flooding in socialist immigrants from outside the country. Because 2/3 of them vote for Democrats. And then they're doing cultural Marxism. So you should just vote for Mr. Magoo, because the VP is going to be a black chick who allegedly slept her way up to the top. In San Francisco, the city where they got ivory towers, and they got homeless people all over the place banging cartel dope they get from illegal immigrants, taking shits on the sidewalk. That's not it.
To come here from out of.
It's just a mess. There's everywhere. It's just a mess out here.
Where is the poorest, dirtiest, most depressing slum in the world? In Haiti? India? Africa? Is that what this is?
No, I'm in America. One of the richest parts of America, highest rents in all of America. This is San Francisco today. Encampments of street people everywhere.
Some pitch tents, planning to stay a long time. Some have mental problems.
Vampires are real and I'm paranoid as all hell.
Other street people complain about them.
They run around and they shout at themselves. They make it bad for people like us that hang out with a sign.
Hey, bitch, stick that camera up your head.
Some people shoot up in plain sight.
It's nasty seeing somebody actually shoot up drugs like right there. The police don't do anything about it. They'll get somebody for drinking a beer, but they'll walk right past people using needles.
This is Kamala the Snitches America. It's for real, bro. They picked this chick, she's black. This is the hometown she represents, dude. This is what she's going to bring to your town if you vote for Joe Magoo Biden and Kamala the Snitch Harris. Then you're going to be getting massive amounts of homeless people banging dope, taking shits all over the place. Oh, you can't even make this shit up, dude. You can, dude. He keeps going. Ooh, oh, Mr. Magoo. Mr. Magoo. In this next batshit crazy story from Crazyland, from Judicial Watch, says Judicial Watch files lawsuit after Secret Service admits to destroying records related to Joe Magoo Biden's altercation with Secret Service agent. Judicial Watch announced today that it fielded a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit against Department of Homeland Security for the records that the Secret Service claims to have destroyed related to the reported physical altercation between Secret Service agent Joe Biden in a photo op in 2009. So this, we see the thing. They have a picture in it. There's no picture in it. The lawsuit was filed after the Secret Service failed to respond to a July 14th, 2020 administrative appeal challenging its claim that all files related to the 2000 altercation had been destroyed due to retention standards. On March 29th, 2020, the Gateway Pundit published a 2017 report alleging that an unidentified Secret Service agent was suspended for a week in 2009 for shoving Biden after he cupped his girlfriend's breast while the couple was taking a photo with him. Situation got so heated that others had to step in to prevent the agent from hitting the then vice president, according to the report. Judicial Watch's Freedom of Information Act request was made on May 12, 2020. It sought all records to the report of the incident in 2009. from which a U.S. Secret Service agent reportedly was involved in an altercation to attempt to strike the Vice President, Joe the Groper, Biden. Oh, creepy Joe just keeps getting more and more creepy as it goes. Dude. In an attempt to strike, hold on. The record sought shall include but not be limited to witness statements, the agent statement, victim statement, alleged perpetrator's statement, incident reports, investigative reports, communications among the USSS personnel regarding the incident, and disciplinary records related to those incidents of the agent in question. In July 13th, 2020, response to Judicial Watch requests, the Secret Service appeared to confirm that the file on the alleged incident existed at some point, asserting, quote, there are no responsive records or documents pertaining to your request in our files, end quote, because the above-mentioned files have been destroyed due to retention standards. Secret Service added that no additional information was available, did not deny the incident had occurred. Its lawsuit, Judicial Watch, intended to test the Secret Service assertion that it destroyed all records of the incident. Quote, we had not been able to confirm whether the report about the alleged altercation might be true until the Secret Service itself suggested it destroyed records about the incident, stated Judicial Watch President Tom Fitton. So, the Groper once back in the website White House, the creepy Uncle Joe, he has had too much fun in the White House, groping all the women, and you should read the Gateway Pundit report here that it links to. You can find this article on Issue Ticket 98 on GitHub. This will give you more background on how creepy Uncle Joe actually is. This dude's Mr. Magoo. He's like Groper. He like just does all kinds of creepy things. He's senile. He took him up until just now to criticize Black Looter Mob. He is running with Kamala the Snitch Harris because she's black. She's got a set of tits. And she's from San Francisco, where they got armies full of cartel drug dealers, getting all the homeless people strung out on cartel dope, and they're taking shits all over the place and banging dope. You're getting it from illegal immigrants. This is Kamala the Snitch Harris's America. This is what they want to export to your town. This is why they're tearing down your statues, is to get Donald Trump out of office so they can put Mr. Magoo in. As you see,
it's just a mess. There's looks like everywhere. It's just a mess out here.
Where is the poorest, dirtiest, most depressing slum in the world? In Haiti? India? Africa? Is that what this is?
No, I'm in America. One of the richest parts of America. Highest rents in all of America. This is San Francisco today. Encampments of street people everywhere.
Some pitch tents, planning to stay a long time. Some have mental problems.
Vampires are real and I'm paranoid as all hell.
Other street people complain about them.
They run around and they shout at themselves. They make it bad for people like us that hang out with a sign.
Hey, bitch, stick that camera up your head.
Some people shoot up.
They're not kidding when they say these people are banging dope and taking shits all over the place, man. Woo! Woo! This next article from Newsweek. Trump supporter who shot Portland protester with paintball gun gets sued for $250,000. Here we can see videos of some race riots in Portland where the Proud Boys are kicking some Antifa ass. Anything else in here? Thought there was another video. I don't know, man. Kind of hard to like say that you're gonna need damages for getting shot with a paintball because they sell them to be shot with. So $250,000 to get shot with a paintball. I mean, did it damage your clothes? I mean, damage your clothes. We got some damages, but I think they just wanted to sue this guy. I think he was going too hard. This is the guy that had the gun. In this one, Obama. It's like, this is man. Got Bannon. As you could see, you should probably like and subscribe to Real Simple News so you get to have real news. Fuck all that fake news. This next article from New York Post. Philadelphia's homicide toll reaches 300 this year after weekend shooting. The slaying of 2 men in Philadelphia over the weekend pushed the city's homicide count to over 300, the highest it's been since August in 13 years. Sorry, highest it's been since the end of August. statistics posted on Philadelphia Police Department's website early Monday showed 303 homicide victims citywide through Sunday, or an increase of 33% from the same data in 2019, when there was a total of 359 people who died from homicide above the prior year. This is a trend going on around all the major cities. They're all about that. The average was 34 last I read, maybe a month ago. So the black looter mob is actually on a murder spree, going around killing people, robbing them, because Black Lives Matter and white feminism. So probably shouldn't be giving any more donations to black looter mob, because they're going to be buying weapons and ammo, and they're going to be funding race riots and burning down your city. So here we could see a video of what actual police injustice is like. Here we can see some Chinese police, Chinese Nazi Party police, just beating up random people up in the subway in Hong Kong. Prince Edward Station, swung their batons, shot pepper spray at passengers. That's what real fascism looks like. They say they're communists. No, they're National Socialists. They have hundreds of thousands of impoverished Chinese in the countryside. They have filthy, stinking Chinese rich in the cities. The people out in the countryside send the kids to the cities to make money. They have an authoritarian dictatorship. They allow private property ownership. They're trying to be the world's #1 superpower. If you try to do business in there and criticize the government, or if they need to take your government for the war purposes, they'll just take your government or your business. And that is called National Socialism, invented by Adolf Hitler. They rebranded it as some new types of Marxism over there. Definitely National Socialism. These people are real Nazis. These people who say that people like me are far right for giving you the real news, because I don't believe fake news. They don't know what far right means. This is far right. This is definitely terrifying. That's what cultural Marxism brings. Cultural Marxism will bring National Socialism to our country. If you're pandering to the Marxists, the immigrant population who's coming from other countries who are more socialist, and you are engaging in trying to remove the white man's history because you think they're racist. They took the land from the Amerindians, the nomads that didn't have a government. They said we took the land because came in a boat. They couldn't invent the wheel, so they had to walk across the land bridge to follow the animals around out in the woods. Those ones. They're the ones that are supposed to be in control of America. The ones that couldn't make the smallpox medication. If they only had the smallpox medication, they would be in control of America. But they did not. So the people who were born here have nothing to do with that. It's not their fault. There was a disease that killed the Amerindians. Not their fault that 6% of white people owned slaves. The vast majority of people did not. So please, if you could please can it with all of this white feminist attacks on white privilege, because when I say I have a white privilege factory and I'm giving out all of the white privilege to the white males, I really am joking. But people can't take a joke. In this next story from Batshit Crazy Land, from David Harris Jr., it says, shocking, California bill allows LGBTQTI plus TCBI to be people to have sex with minors, possibly avoid offender registry. Because in Batshit Crazy Land, they just go for it. California, the once golden state, whose former governor Ronald Reagan was supported by Californians in both his presidential election, has done a neck-breaking U-turn since he left office in 1988 for various reasons such as illegal immigration, the internet, the state's Marxist education system, Hollywood, mainstream media's social connection, and skyrocketing cost of living has turned this once almost 100% red state from far left to a far left financially and morally failing time bomb, which very few want to acknowledge. For more progressives relocated for jobs in Silicon Valley, to Hollywood trying to make it famous, and hippies and hopeless for extra benefits, and whether those people representing them at local, state, and national political offices changed dramatically too. Case in point, the once conservative-leaning California General Assembly, now comprised of a Democratic supermajority, and such their LGBTQTA, TCI, 2B, TCGB, 2B, 2B, beep, 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 beep. Man, you gotta try some of that beep, beep, beep shit, bro. That shit fuck you up, dog. Their members have promoted the homosexuality within the advanced state laws and regulating the pursuits of equality. What has considered off limits to the left, the 2020 Assembly has had legislation that could ease the criminal punishment for LGBTQI, TCBP, 2B, plus people have sex with underage teenagers. Right. These people are fucking insane. What about the safety of our children and kids? The bill, SB 145, was introduced by State Senator Ron Scott Weiner, an openly gay man who seeks to prevent gay adults who sodomize or perform oral sex with teenagers from being automatically assigned to the California's sex offender registry, because this is what he would like to do. They're just going for it, bro. They're like, hey man, they're burning, they're looting, they're murdering. It's a black looter mob, dude. Let's just straight up go for it, dude. Start with the teens and then just take it down to 3 months. You're like, wow. These are the Democrats? Wow. In California, woo. Woo, fruitcake. Weiner also responsible for legislation that lowered criminal penalty for knowingly transmitting HIV from felony to a misdemeanor. Probably done it himself a couple times too. Legislation calls for a judge to use discretion on assigning an individual to the sex offender registry if their victim is between the ages of 14 and 17 and the age difference was less than 10 years. Bill passed the California state by 23 to 10 vote, passed the assembly by a 41 to 18 vote. San Francisco Chronicle reported. So, me being the amateur constitutional law scholar that I am, I like to analyze this through the lens of the Constitution. This is the lens that I see. I see the red, white, and blue. I see the paper that the Constitution is written on and the other documents that were made at the time around it that support the original intent, as the Honorable Judge Antonin Scalia believed. And I was most of my life as a brainwashed, radicalized liberal, I hated Judge Scalia because I hated how he ruled. I did not agree with it. I hated it. I did not understand why he voted that way. He voted that way because that's what the Constitution said. And the people who wrote the Constitution, that's what they meant, the original intent of the law. And Judge Antonin Scalia might have also, too, agreed with you, wanted it to be that way himself. But he would still rule against it based upon how his interpretation of the Constitution, the Federalist Papers, the other supporting documentation. And once you come to that realization of Scalia, he is a very honorable judge. He's a good man. He's done a lot of good stuff for the courts. And you might not like everything that he's done, but it's true. So let's look at it through the lens of whether or not it's for reproductive purposes. So you have a right to reproduce. If you did not reproduce, you would die. So that's your right to reproduce is covered under the Constitution. So your right to have sex with a child, this is not covered in the Constitution. It is not for reproductive purposes. They cannot reproduce. So you have to draw an age limit there somewhere. You could say, well, you could put it at puberty. Well, most girls have hit puberty at different stages. It's okay. Where are you going to put that? Lower range. All right. So then you got to talk about child bribery. All right. So if a woman has a baby when they're too young, it can make them poor. So you're causing financial damages at a certain point. All right. So we've outlawed a case as to why you can't have sex with girls under puberty, and then there's some area where they're in child bribery, and then you can cause damages to them. All right. That's a legitimate case for where you should stick the statutory rape limit. So I'm in Oregon where the statutory age is 18. Go across the bridge in Washington, it's 16. So those two differences, yeah, you would say depends. Man and a woman, if they're for mating, if they're going to have a family, or then that would be fine. If it is a child bribery situation, you are causing injury. So in the case of this, looking at through the lens, we would say that this is not for reproductive purposes. We would say that this would be a situation that would be also akin to child bribery, and that it should not be illegal. That is my analysis through a constitutional lens. I think that it is I think most people would agree. This is a good interpretation of the Constitution. I typically give this quality of work when it comes to constitutional matters. Going down in that censorship rabbit hole. Oh, I bet all the conservatives watching this show are like, yeah, these sources are awesome. Yeah. In this next article from the Gateway Pundit, Facebook bans Patriot Prayer 6 days after one of their members was executed by Antifa. Here is the photograph of, I think this is what, Joey Gibson? Patriot Prayer founder Joey Gibson, 6 days after one of their members was executed by, or shall I say, assassinated by an Antifa militant in Portland, Oregon. So if I want to walk around town, I got to be rolling strapped, got to get some body armor, so you should donate to the show. You can make a donation at realsimplenews.net/donate or /issue 98 for this show. If you want to make comments, links to the GitHub issue ticket 98 for the show. Yes, I am definitely officially a nerd. I don't know a whole lot about this guy, Joey Gibson, but he seems like a good guy. This Patriot Prayer group seems like it's a group of conservative Christians who are for freedom of speech and small government sizes. They seem to be the good guys. The far leftist Wikipedia says that they are a far right group, and that's because every group that's patriotic is far right. If I think that I look good in red, white, and blue, and I like my country because the lefties have burned me, they canceled me, I have nothing left, I'm in a leftist shithole, I know what I'm doing is right, but it is incredibly unpopular, and I get attacked all the time verbally by people, threatened for people to beat me up. And the only thing I have left is my country. If these people come attack me at my house, who do I have left? Who do I have left that's standing up against Black Looter Mob? Who can I call that's going to save me and my family when Black Looter Mob tries to burn down my house to kill me because they think I'm far right because I support freedom and democracy and classical liberalism? The red, white, and blue. I'm going to call up the boys in blue. I'm going to call them up, and they're going to show up, and they're going to help me out. And that's all that I have left. That's my lifeline. It's the only thing that's going to save me. It's some cop that these people are just taking a shit on. That's why I support these people. And people say I'm hateful for it, so they don't understand what I'm trying to say. But it's fake news. It's the opposite. Doing it because I love these people. Because I love America. Because I support middle America. I support the people, the majority of people in the country. I'm on their side. I'm not on this far leftist cultural Marxist bullshit. I'd rather sit up here all night and smoke weed and make fun of it. Platform has been increasingly bold with their hyper-partisan political censorship as of late. Patriot Prayer is a pro-Trump group, often counter-protests against far-leftist extremism. Thank you. In a statement, Facebook said they were removed as part of ongoing effort to remove violent socialist militias from their platform. So they're not just happy taking away your freedom of speech, preventing you from speaking with your audience. I have to censor everything so that I don't get kicked off the platform. They already gave me one warning because I made some video where I said it was George Floyd, Eric Garner was overweight and then he resisted arrest with the cop and he had a heart attack. It was his fault. Well, I think I said that wrong, and I should have said it wasn't the cop's fault because that's really what I meant. But they don't really tell you exactly what it is. It's kind of like a mystery. You're kind of like left wondering, like it's like some news broadcast about a cop getting hit in the head with a trash can lid. And then I don't know, they're like, the only thing I said was like Eric Garner in there that was controversial, and it's just silly, absolutely silly what they're doing. And then they're not happy with censoring your speech. No, they also got to take away your Second Amendment rights, be part of a well-trained militia. It's a necessity of a free state. That's because Facebook is in on this cultural march of shit, dog. Dude, Zuckerberg's all about replacing the white man with the immigrants, man. Dude, he's the first one lining up saying, yo, man, I got a whole slew of H-1B visas to replace these people with, man. Let's get rid of these dudes. There's these Americans are lazy. They got their grades are just going down. They can't compete compared to the H-1B visa dudes and the privileged immigrants from Europe, Russia, and Israel, and all the other advanced countries. Because our education system in some places took a dump. But that does not mean that we're that behind the world. That means that there's just some pockets of people who aren't doing very well. But actually, the wealthy kids in the United States are doing good compared to foreign students. So it's actually fake news. Speaking to Gateway Pundit, Gibson said that the ban is a result of media companies reaching out to Facebook and claiming that they're violating the platform's dangerous groups policy. Also, Antifa kills one of my guys wearing Patriot Prayer hat in downtown Portland. Facebook's response is not to ban Antifa, but to ban Patriot Prayer, Gibson noted. He asked if the plan to fight the ban in court. Gibson explained that he is considering it, but he feels like it's almost better if people get banned from Facebook and migrate to a pro-free speech platform. I do agree. I've found the people on Facebook to be very hateful, intolerant people. People just assume that because these hateful, intolerant people are so loud on Facebook that they must be in the right because they seem cool in person when you talk to them. And then behind the scenes, you find out this person's a total fucking wingnut, hopped up on antidepressants and anti-anxiety medications. They're out doing Molly, coke, meth, heroin, 2CB. They ain't sharing with me. And so it definitely wouldn't mind going to a better pro-free speech platform, but we have to structurally take this away. We have to take away the Section 230 protections. They can't just get unlimited reign to do whatever they want because they're enforcing European and Australian hate speech laws on us and suppression from Chinese Nazi Party because they want to sell their stuff over there. They want to sell your videos in Europe where they got hate speech laws, so they got to censor you here in the U.S. because the European liberals are too weak that they can't take hate speech because they don't have anything to argue back because they've banned hate speech and now their debate skills suck. So now they have to label you as racist, as xenophobic, as nativist, as for right, because they're in some weird leftist feminist suicide cult where they're all putting off having a kid till their 30s so they could slave for some millionaire when they could just have kids, have a family and a happy life. And then the dude could put off having a kid till his 30s so he could get a good career, then he can have a nice house and then afford to have a family. And instead of killing off your genetic line to be a white feminist, a wham man, break that glass ceiling, baby. Then you could just like have some babies and then have 2 guys in that period of time. And then you'd have 2 workers instead of none. But they can't tell you that, because if they told you that, you'd say, this is whack as fuck. This is whack, dude. Real? You mean I don't even have to work and all I got to do is just put out 2 dudes and then I could just like not have to work. Why the fuck would anybody not go with that one, dude? No, man, I'm just going to pump out 2 dudes. Fuck you. Why would I need to work? I can pump out 2 dudes. Yeah, okay. All right. See, as you can see, once you start to pull the threads that is behind the wool that they pulled over your eyes, you can start to see that these people are bozos. So you can't be patriotic. You can't criticize the white man. You can't. If you don't give Kleenex to the African Americans, black looter mob's gonna come and burn, loot, murder, burn your business down. Not hire him because he's racist now. Where was he at on that? Personally, it says, quote, personally, I feel like we're giving Facebook too much power by using it. It's almost like the more people they ban on, the better. So we can get off of that. Censorship's out of control right now. For instance, Facebook's banning CDC reports right now. I got another one for you right here. We got a busted red-handed. We got fake news Fauci. Been feeding you fake news. So you're going to get the real news here on Real Simple News. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Ring that bell for notifications when I go live. And when you watch the videos, make sure you put them at double speed because it's actually very funny. Quote, they're literally getting in the way of our health and being able to make good decisions, Gibson said. He noted that they're having major impact on big pharma, elections, and every other aspect of our lives. While Facebook has cracked down hard on the right, including banning anyone who dares defend Kyle Rittenhouse, because God forbid you defend somebody before the trial happens, because you can only criticize someone because Facebook is the arbiter of truth now. They got a monopoly on the fact-checking industry. So if you want to be on Facebook, you got to be a brainwashed cultural Marxist Democrat drone. You can't try to raise money for one of their enemies' legal defense funds. No, they're only allowed to do scam donations for black looter mobs so they could burn, loot, and murder. Right? They need to take your scam donations and buy weapons and body armor and medical supplies. What? Right. This is fucking insane. Patriot. There's a tweet from @Brit Pettibone. Patriot Prayer member is killed by Antifa, but instead cracking down on Antifa, Facebook bans Patriot Prayer for being violent social militia. This is insane. I can't stand this. I can't stand how they label these people far right. This is crazy. You just like label some good, wholesome Christian people fighting for free speech and small government. Nope, they're Nazis because they're patriotic. They got flags and shit. But these people are insane. In this next article from Newsweek, Trump orders Department of Justice to defund anarchist jurisdictions of NYC, Portland, and others. Coming at you straight from Looney Town. As Portland enters its 98th consecutive nights of riots, President Donald Trump, the king of memes, signed an executive order that directs his attorney general to identify quote-unquote anarchist jurisdictions of cities across the country that have ongoing protests against police brutality and social injustice. Those areas would potentially get defunded, according to the order. An executive order, Trump said democracy cannot function without law and order, and that Americans can't exercise their right to peaceful protest. The order from Trump states property is destroyed and innocent are injured or killed. The order also mentions the destruction of property during riots. Quote, unfortunately, anarchy has recently beset some of our best cities and states. The order read, for the few months, several state and local governments have contributed to the violence and destruction of their jurisdiction by failing to enforce the law, disempowering and significantly defunding their police departments, refusing to accept offers from federal law enforcement assistance. So this is the cue from the corrupt Democrats, where they say, hey, we're going to have a state of lawlessness, so just vote for us and you'll just be able to get to do whatever the hell you want to do, right? Yeah, so vote for Joe Magoo Biden and Kamala the Snitch Harris, the one behind Russiagate. Right, right. Welcome to Insaneville. It would be nice if Joe Magoo Biden would not endorse these far leftist mayors like Ted Wheeler to not comply. You should put the pressure on. If you want to get elected, you need to do the hard thing that was not popular. I mean, I know this sounds completely obvious, right? But like, there's a lot of hard things. And if you just focus group all of your policies to try to get blacks and Latinos and white feminists to vote for you and Asians, and you just neglect the majority of Americans, you just end up with really, really, really shitty policies. You end up with stuff like Joe Magoo Biden's plan to give $15,000 tax credits to first-time minority homeowners, give business loans to minority-owned businesses, and to make the Federal Reserve talk about race, because, you know, I guess that's that important. But in batshit crazy land, this shit just starts spewing out like a fire hose. Democrats! This is the intellectual dark web, where when you start popping out the other side, you start to see that these people are straight bozo. After the May 25th fentanyl and meth overdose of George Floyd, a black man who died because he did too much dope. He had COVID, and he had some heart problems probably from doing too much meth. And then the race riots erupted all over the country in the names of the black looter mobs. They started painting hate symbols all over the place. The BLM is a hate symbol because it represents hatred, hostility, and violence towards cops, Donald Trump, and Trump supporters. That makes them a hate group. And Portland has blazed this trail for biggest group of lunatics. And the fires kept going, pumping fuel up on the race riots. Mostly with shootings of Jacob Blake in Kenosha, Wisconsin, most recently with the shootings of the rapist Jacob Blake in Washington 10 days ago. Well, you look at most of these Black Lives Mob idols and they're like not good people. Not all of them. Some of them were good people. But a lot of it's fake news. Like Fauci. Trump's order goes on to say that violence and destruction has become prevalent in cities like Portland, New York, and Seattle. So we need to yank their federal funding until they start enforcing the laws so that we don't have terrorists running on the streets and going to people's houses and murdering people and stealing and torturing and state of lawlessness. We do need time to heal. In fact, if you vote for me in my 2024 election build or election run, I will be running on the platform of Build the Moat. We're going to build a huge moat across the southern border. We're going to fill it up when we drain the swamp. We're going to put alligators, snakes, eels, piranhas, sharks with lasers on their heads. We're going to have lions, tigers, bears, hippos, wolves, packs of dogs, and a petting zoo. People from both sides of the border will be able to come. And it's going to be a place for people from Mexico to come together with people in the United States in a tourist attraction. So we'll make money off it. And then I'm going to bang all of the interns. Because I'm tired of all this bullshit, this lame as fuck shit with like Bill Clinton getting the one blowjob from one moderately attractive intern. You're like, fuck that shit. Hold my beer. No, man, I'm gonna bang them all, bruh. The executive order goes on to describe a scene in June when Seattle allowed anarchists and rioters to take over 6 square blocks of the city in an area unlawful occupiers remain in the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. The president's order says that the law-abiding citizens live and work in such areas. That Seattle's mayor allowed lawlessness to happen, which resulted in the death of 2 teenagers and injuries of 2 others from gunshots. Whew. Wait, this is long. We have so many articles. How fast can I get through them? We're getting through the riots. What do we got? We got more censorship videos to come. We got Islam. We have QAnon. So I'm going to be here for a while. It's 4 in the morning. Just remember, I'm not getting any money. Fund the show. realsimplenews.net/donate. Back to these race riots. This next article from the New York Post. Atrocity propaganda. Police involved shooting reported in Washington, D.C. Black Lives Mob. Best get all your protesters out. Get all your guns and your weapons so you can go out and start burning, looting, and murdering. It says breaking. Man shot on 200 block of Orange Street Southeast at 3:51 p.m. He is unconscious, cannot breathe. Chief Nishaman said on the scene, MPD, because they all got to be the first to report on the story. can't wait to be the second one. They have to be the first on the story. And so they feed you propaganda of atrocities, and they work you up into a black looter mob so that you're so pissed off that you burn, loot, and murder. The shooting, which came amid unrest at the Capitol over police violence, took place around 4 p.m. in the southeast section of the city along the 200 block of Orange Street Southeast. Police Chief Peter Newsham said on the briefing at the scene. Officers responded to the scene on a report of people with guns in vehicles. Newsham said the officers approached the vehicle and the people ran off. Uniformed police officers had information that the three guys in the neighborhood with guns, specifically, Newsham said, that's why they were looking for, and eventually that's what they found. One man was shot during the incident, transported to a local hospital where he was pronounced dead. It sucks for this man. But maybe these ivory tower liberals, journalists should probably can it on the atrocity propaganda because they're feeding race riots. But where was that one from? Well, that was fake New York Post. This is the Baloney Broadcasting Company on this next one. This next article from the BBC, U.S. Elections 2020, fact-checking Trump on crime in Democratic-run shitholes. Mr. Trump has repeatedly said the 10 most dangerous cities in the U.S. are run by Democrats. Here's a Trump from @RealDonaldTrump. 10 most dangerous cities in the U.S. are all run by Democrats, and it's gone on for decades. True that. Real talk. We asked White House press office, what's the president's data source was for his claim? And they directed us to the Washington Post fact-check article on crime statistics. The article used FBI's crime data from the first half of 2019. The most recent official data sources on U.S. cities with populations over 100,000. And we can see they're all Democratic-run shitholes. All of them. So Mr. Trump was right. But if you scale it to most crimes per 10,000 people, some of these, because there's the other ones are there's more crime. It's a big Democratic-run shithole. And then these ones are these smaller towns. Then you can see all of them but one are Democratic-run shitholes. So there's only one Republican-run shithole on the list. I'm sorry. I love all these places. Don't get me wrong. I'm just flicking shit. It's a joke. Buck up. I lived in Springfield, Missouri for a little bit. In Rolla. Shithole. Ooh. Why do you think I'd get censored more? I have too many facts. They can't fuck with me. It says rising murders in large U.S. shitholes by Republicans and Democrats. It says, now we got 6 shitholes. We got, I'm sorry, these are really nice places. Jacksonville, Miami, Fort Worth, New York, Chicago, New Orleans. So about 50-50. And I'm going to show, this one says murders up 26% in these cities year to date, which is identical to the change in all the big cities. Changes in murder trends don't care about city's executive party platform affiliation. And it's got some things, but let's also look at one other thing they neglected. Here's a chart that I compiled here, and I've got it from the security.org/resources/police-brutality-statistics/space and space Wikipedia. Okay, the end Wikipedia thing is not part of that. This shows you police killings in the demographics, and you can see that the vast majority of the police shootings are occurring in Democratic-run shitholes. You can see there's very few Republican-controlled cities in here. One of them being Mesa, Arizona. Another one. And then we can see that the lowest run, the cities with the lowest police shootings, some of them being Seattle, Washington, San Diego, Chicago, DC, New York, they have some of the lowest rates of police shootings. And the thing that you have to pay attention to here is that they were race rioting in some of the cities with the lowest police shootings. So they're rioting, race rioting over oppression that doesn't happen to them. And it's because they are a woman, a African American, a Wajin, or a Kleenex, the Latinx. So, they're just too easy to make fun of, though. I used to be a liberal. It's funny when you walk away and then you're like, wow, these people are fruitcake. This next article from Newsweek. Pro-Trump group and counter-protesters clash on Golden Gate Bridge. A pro-Trump group conducting a Rescue America march across Golden Gate Bridge. Sorry, it's 4 in the morning. I'm starting to get tired. I'm going to repeat myself again because I have to. I'm going to try to do without yawning. I'm so sorry to everybody who's watching this, being entertained. I am human. I've been going for 4 hours. I need a break. This next article from Newsweek. Pro-Trump group and counter-protesters clash on Golden Gate Bridge. A pro-Trump group conducting a Rescue America march across Golden Gate Bridge was met by counter-protesters in a tense scene on Sunday afternoon. An organization named Walk Away coordinated the rally, one of several scheduled nationwide, declaring that, quote, it's time to take our country back from radical leftists. Yes. Thank you, Brandon. Footage from the event showed those involved, many of them wearing Trump memorabilia, holding signs or flags, walking in unions across bridge in San Francisco on Sunday. We got any videos? It says organizer Brandon Straka, leading and filming the march, said during a streaming event of the video, quote, we're here to rescue San Francisco from the radical left. We're here to rescue America. You take that middle finger and you use it to pull the lever for Trump, baby, on November 3rd. Hop on board that Trump train. Let's go. Choo, 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 choo. Quote, here we are to say that we're not going to allow the radical leftist cultural Marxist brainwashed democratic drones to take over our American cities and our neighborhoods and turn them into democratic controlled shitholes. Here today to rescue this country. Sorry, we're here today to rescue this country. Straka also shared a video in which someone approaching him shouting F Donald Trump repeatedly, footage which is embedded below with others in the groups moving him away and telling him this, man, this is a peaceful protest, bruh. Here's the video.
If you want to go loot some stores and get some free Louis Vuitton handbags, all of the designer stores are down the street. You're going to have to do your looting and your stealing down the street. Thank you very much. We love your movement that's all about stealing and burning buildings. If you want to go burn down some businesses, a Wendy's, you're in the wrong place today. If Black Lives Matter to you means that you need to go destroy neighborhoods, destroy black neighborhoods, destroy black businesses. I was the victim of a homophobic attack by Black Lives Matter 2 nights ago. No one has denounced their activities.
Whoa! Relax!
So, it's a peaceful protest. And they just like to throw shit at you. You just tell them how I got all that white privilege.
Fuck Donald Trump! Protest, fuck Donald Trump! Wow. Fuck Donald Trump! Fuck Donald Trump! Okay. Fuck Donald Trump!
And the logical conclusion that you come to are that these people are mentally ill. The media doesn't want you to see this.
I'll remember. It really means a lot to me. It really does that you take that. And my son loved this country very, very much. And he gave his life painfully. Never cried out in pain or anything like that. No. Asked that his men be taken care of. And
what rank was he in?
He was a staff sergeant.
Right behind you,
and
sir.
not a general,
That's
not
okay.
anything like that. Just a staff sergeant, a platoon sergeant.
You take care of yourself.
Thank you so much.
You take care of yourself, okay?
I so appreciate you, and you too, very much.
President
Thank
Trump,
you so
my
much.
son was killed in
Thank
action
you
on
so
9/11,
much.
2008. He was a
Pardon
U.S.
me?
Navy SEAL.
Absolutely.
And
Where?
in Afghanistan
remember.
on a night mission.
Hopefully there's no-
He was shot.
Jimmy. He knew
Going
he
in
was
the
going to
compound, and he
die.
saved his team.
He knew he
And
was
took
going to
the
be
kid,
killed,
and he
and wasn't
died.
coming home, and he asked me not to be forgotten.
You take care. He's looking down. He's very proud.
Thank you so much.
Just
Thank you for everything you're doing for the country.
You know, they're looking down.
Very much. Jimmy knew he wasn't coming home. Jimmy knew he
He knew
wasn't
it.
coming home. And he said he said, Mama, I hope that people don't forget that I ever lived. And if you could remember just Jimmy coming home, that would mean Jimmy knew he wasn't coming home. I was a Marine also, and a Marine and mother of a Marine. It would mean so much to me, sir.
We will do it.
Thank you so much. It means so
You
much.
take care of yourself, okay?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
He's looking down, very happy. Thank you.
Can I have a picture?
My son's a Marine.
Oh my God.
Let's go.
Thank you so much.
Jimmy.
Jimmy. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Take a picture.
Thank you so much.
Doing great things.
Hope you found your help.
Okay?
Thank you.
Take care of yourself. Thank you, folks.
Sorry. I have a little bit of a problem. I forgot to update the title. Give me a moment. Well. Sorry. I have to take care of this because I have the wrong title on the thing. It's a little bit problematic for me. Oopsies. Okay. Okay. Just to make clear, the title on the stream said the stuff from last weekend, which I'm about to clarify the data on that. But the title is actually Chicago Gang Pact to Shoot Caps on Site. New York Governor Cuomo threatens Trump over anti-riot order. And I goofed on updating the titles. I apologize for that. I did not notice that. But moving on. Getting almost through the riot stuff. Long night. All these videos get chopped up so I can do whatever I want right now. That's how you get the real news. All right, where are we at? I'm sorry. I think I updated the titles. I don't know. I used Restream.io. Guess we'll see. Let me see. Damn. Yeah, it's always embarrassing to have that shit. Oh, edit. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So, all right, sweet. I think I got it. On everything except for Twitter. Put out whoopsies. All right. I had to get all those updated. Oh. Well, I'm about to cover that story again. The numbers are actually below that slide. The numbers, the COVID numbers being at the 2019 levels. This is actually these numbers are very compelling. They show you actually the death rate is quite a bit significantly lower than the 2017 death rate. but we are getting to that very shortly. Which is crazy. Fake news Fauci. We got through this. We got good people over there. Got into Kyle Rittenhouse now. And this next article from Nonsense Private Radio. Trump defends Kenosha shooting suspect. Donald Trump, the king of memes, on Monday declined to condemn the actions of the 17-year-old suspect in the shooting of 3 rioters against police brutality in Kenosha, Wisconsin, claiming without evidence that it appeared that the gunman was acting in self-defense. No evidence. Okay, so he's just supposed to like magically pull out some sort of like tablet, or they're supposed to be able to bring up clips anytime that you question anything. You can just like pull out a clip magically using the magic money tree the Democrats use. I would like it if you would take me to this magical money tree. I would like to get some of it for myself, for more white privilege. Kyle Rittenhouse has been charged with 6 criminal counts, including first-degree intentional homicide for the shooting last week that left 2 rioters dead and a third injured. The investigation is ongoing, which the president has also acknowledged. So let's look at what they're saying is self-defense. Here's another article from New York Post. It says lawyer of alleged Kenosha shooter Kyle Rittenhouse claims self-defense as video emerges. So here is another graphical video. I would definitely encourage the kids to cover your eyes, turn off, or be prepared for more riot shooting videos. So there's the dude. He's got a gun. So obviously, it's not just obviously it's not. Where are we at? I can't really point at this thing. So that would be he died, and here's it's the guy who got his arm blown off, and there is Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler saying he can't breathe because he got maced. Pretty happy with the way this one turned out. Fund this show. You'll see more to come at realsimplenews.net/donate. Moving on in the video. There's the gun. So now, as you can see, it's Nonsense Private Radio. They take your tax money. They use
You're
it
not my new
to
neighbor. You're
fund
gonna get arrested
pieces
in
on
the
candidates that you
heartbeat,
support.
dude, you gotta go, man.
Here we can see some guy breaking into an apartment.
Dude, the reason why I don't like you breaking into this apartment is because
New
you
York.
break into my apartment. You'll break into anyone else's apartment. Get out of here.
This guy's brazen,
How about
huh?
you off, dude? What are you gonna get in there? There's nothing in there.
This is my bike. Everything's in there, my whole life, my documents.
You're breaking into my building, dude.
Your building is out there, mine is right here.
That's not yours, though. I know Cody. I know Cody.
So, do we have to see? Let's see. This one's got videos of before the incident happened. The other one that we just saw was after the thing started. So here's the ABC News video on it.
On Sunday, August 23rd, Jacob Blake was shot multiple times in the back by a police officer in Kenosha, Wisconsin, after officers responded to a call about a domestic dispute, according to the Wisconsin Department of Justice. Within hours, protests began in the city. On the night of August 25th, protesters and groups of armed men who said they were there to protect businesses were gathered in Kenosha. Among the armed men was 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse.
We don't have non-lethal.
Using multiple videos obtained and verified by ABC News, as well as the criminal complaint against Rittenhouse filed on August 27th, we put together a detailed timeline of the shootings that happened in downtown Kenosha on August 25th, 2 days after Jacob Blake was shot by the police. This report contains graphic, disturbing images. At 10:04 p.m., a video shows a group of armed men protecting a car shop at the corner of 59th and Sheridan. One young man in a green t-shirt and backward baseball cap says, "I'm Kyle, a little over an hour later, protesters gathered at an Ultimate gas station at 60th and Sheridan. We see a man who appears to be Joseph Rosenbaum, one of the shooting victims, clash with armed men also gathered there." Back at the car shop at 59th and Sheridan, the same young man who appears to be Kyle Rittenhouse can be seen asking law enforcement for water. And the officers can be heard speaking to the group.
We appreciate you guys, we really do.
At 11:48 p.m., gunshots ring out.
Gunshots down there.
First 4 bursts, then 3. A man who police identified as Rittenhouse runs across the parking lot of an auto service shop, followed by a shirtless man who was later identified as Joseph Rosenbaum. Moments later, shots ring out. And the shirtless man falls to the ground. A figure who appears to be Rittenhouse continues running. Seconds later, he comes back into view, and bystanders arrive to help the victim. Rittenhouse can be seen standing by the body making a phone call. As more people arrive, he runs away out of frame, and someone seems to be heard saying, "I shot somebody." At 11:49, multiple videos show Rittenhouse running down the street as a pursuer tries to hit him. Rittenhouse is being chased by several people when he appears to stumble and falls to the ground. While on the ground, police say he fires at least 4 shots, striking 2 people. Anthony Huber is shot and lies motionless in the street. Gage Grosskreutz is shot in the arm and appears to be holding a handgun, according to the criminal complaint. Rittenhouse gets up and runs down the street as police arrive at the scene. People in the crowd can be heard yelling. Rittenhouse raises his hands while his rifle hangs around his torso, and a number of police vehicles drive past him. He walks towards a squad car, which is parked near the First United Methodist Church. This is the last time we see him on video ABC News obtained. Rittenhouse was not arrested that night in Kenosha.
The last night, a 17-year-old individual from Antioch, Illinois, was involved in the use of...
Police issued an arrest warrant for him the next day, and Kyle Rittenhouse turned himself in Antioch, Illinois. He was arrested on multiple charges, including first-degree intentional homicide. According to police, Rittenhouse said he was in Kenosha to resolve whatever conflict was in place. In an earlier interview, Rittenhouse said he was there to protect businesses and help people. Rittenhouse's lawyer released a 3-page statement arguing his client feared for his life and was acting in self-defense. The shooting left 2 people dead and another injured.
Hi everyone, George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe.
So, as you can see, the story that the leftists are trying to paint as Kyle Rittenhouse is this mass shooter. They're obviously fake news. In fact, I want to point out very specifically that right here, Kyle Rittenhouse is wearing purple gloves. Anybody notice that? Why is Kyle Rittenhouse wearing purple gloves? Because he's rendering first aid to people. He's out there trying to help people. He's not there trying to hurt people. So Facebook or Twitter censored Kyle Rittenhouse. We're going to get to that here in just a moment. Obviously, Kyle Rittenhouse acted in self-defense. Definitely. The people who got killed were both not very good people. One had raped a 5-year-old. Another was a longtime domestic abuser with a very long rap sheet of domestic abuse. Neither of them were good people. And then the other person was a felon who had an illegal gun. The gun that you saw was not a legal gun. So the entire narrative here falls apart pretty quickly. This is kind of the story at the left. This next story from the New York Post. Over half of the people arrested in Kenosha race riots are from out of town. Well over half the people arrested during the deadly race riots in Kenosha have traveled there from outside Wisconsin City, police have revealed. Of the 175 arrests during protests sparked by the police shooting of Jacob Blake, total of 105 were not from the city, coming instead from 44 different cities, police announced Sunday. So, yeah, this is what happens when you fund black looter mobs. Now you will have black looter mobs coming through your city with mobs of cultural Marxists out to destroy your cultural heritage and bang cartel dope and take shits all over your streets. And it's coming to a theater near you. Sponsored by Xi Jinping, Democrats, Mr. Joe Magoo Biden, and Kamala the Snitch Harris. Rittenhouse, the teen accused of shooting dead 2 men and seriously injuring a 3rd man Tuesday, had also allegedly crossed state lines and was arrested in his home in Illinois because he lived right across there. This was on the border between 2 states. So it made it sound like this guy was like fleeing across the state with guns. It's just not true. You just go across the state line in that particular area a lot. This kind of fake news is all over the place. Police seized more than 20 firearms during the protest, leading to numerous charges for carrying concealed weapons, police said. Officials did not detail how far those arrests had come or what states they'd come from. Of the 175 arrests, 69 were for breaking curfew, but in place following the first night of riots that started August 23rd, hours after the video of Blake, 29, emerged, the shooting of Blake, 29, several times in the back by a cop. Gotta get through these stories. It's late. Going into censorship, let me look at this. What do we got? We go. Get to debunk their fake news. Yes. The CDC. Fake news right now. Oh man, wait till you hear this shit, dude. You're gonna be pissed. In this next story from the New York Post, Kyle Rittenhouse's lawyer slams Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey for suspending account. The lawyer for Kenosha killer Kyle Rittenhouse, because fake New York Post, fumed he was going to take Jack Dorsey's ass down after Twitter blocked him as he tried to raise money for his client. L. Lynn Wood accused the Twitter CEO of censorship, said he would sue the social media giant for locking down his account for 9 hours on Tuesday. I'm going to take Jack Dorsey's ass down, Woods told Fox News. He's been abusing the First Amendment in his country for his own agenda. Fuck you, Jack Dorsey. Quote, I knew they were going to censor me because I'm sending a message of hope, the lawyer said. Quote, I'm sending a message of truth, sending a message that Kyle Rittenhouse is innocent. So am I. He's definitely innocent. He protected people. He's a hero. He is. He's a 17-year-old kid who he exercised excellent restraint. He only shot the amount of shots that he needed to take out the attackers who were the initial threat or the immediate threat. The pedophile, it was, let's see, who was, the pedophile was throwing the rocks. Then this dude, the woman beater, hit him with the skateboard upside the head. The other dude was throwing rocks. And then the other dude had a gun. So instead of killing the dude with the gun, he just blew his arm off. So don't fuck with Kyle Rittenhouse. Dude, they're going to make movies about this dude. You can say whatever you want about him, dude, but he represents the Second Amendment and why it's so important that we have it. And so you need to not race riot over fake news. Maybe you should just be skeptical of everything like I am. Then you'll be much more entertaining. You won't sound like such an idiot all the time. It says, quote, I'm going to take Jack Dorsey's ass down. I've already said that one. Wood, who has nearly 138,000 followers on Twitter, said he was blocked from tweeting for several hours on Tuesday for violating the company's guidelines, receiving messages that he was glorifying violence when he sought to raise money for his client's legal fees. Really, glorifying violence. Have these guys ever turned on the TV? Like, do they? Maybe they're programmers and they're highly efficient and they don't watch TV. I don't know. I personally think that they live on another planet. Maybe they're reptiles. It's a joke. I don't actually believe that, but comment down below. Do you think Jack Dorsey is a reptile? Wood maintains he's been careful to abide by the company's rules. He said Monday that more than 11,000 donors had raised $605,000 for Rittenhouse's legal defenses so far. Several hours later, the account was reinstated, and the company said it would be incorrectly auctioned, Twitter told Fox. So I'm confused. Like, if I support this guy, are they going to censor me? Because the evidence that I see that he's acting in self-defense, obviously they fucked up here because they're not the arbiter of truth. In fact, there's a bunch of different people that think different things. None of them all. It's like Jack Dorsey is the fact checker of the universe. Him and Mark Zuckerberg. They're like, they got a scheme going on to manipulate the taxpayer to fool us into thinking that rigging our elections with mail-in voting, because they want you to no longer go to the polls and talk about the things with your fellow citizens, to exchange knowledge and convince other people to vote the way you want them to. Instead, they have to shut down the polling places and then feed you brainwashed leftist garbage through Democrat-controlled Twitter and Facebook, and then rig the elections. So that's pretty much what all this is about. What else do you expect from ivory tower liberals and white feminists, but a bunch of horseshit garbage. So what are we going? Are we actually through that? All right, so we have the CDC thing. I got to do a fact check. We got to do this thing. I have a awesome thing where you can see that obviously in 2017, I'm not going to give it away, but Fauci is fake news. So I need to take a break for just a second because I have been up here for 4.5 hours, 5 hours. Yes, my legs hurt, but I'm not a pussy, so I'm going to keep going. Well, actually, I'm just going to do this part real quick. We're watching a real simple news fact check here from Pound 96. And in this episode, I had showed you some numbers that I had bungled up on an Excel spreadsheet. But I have found the real data from the CDC that shows you that COVID is fake news. Not being crazy. Here are the data. Here, oops. Sorry, I have to repeat this again. I just fucked up. Oops. You're watching a real simple news with Cale McCullough fact check for issue number 96. And this is from the claim that the last time the flu death counts from fake news CDC and fake news Fauci, that it was from 2019 from the flu pneumonia comparison. And that one, unfortunately, I bungled up the numbers on it. I just kind of plowed through that Excel spreadsheet. I didn't really quite look what I was doing. But I found the real news for you. We've got, oops. So we have in this next tweet from Real Simple News, we got the fake news industrial complex wants you to believe that more people have died from COVID. But according to the CDC, in 2017, 2,803,503 people died from all causes. And as of September 2nd, according to the CDC, 1,841,678 people have died. We have 4 months left to go in the year. So this means at this rate, 2.8 million people would die this year. Let's see. I got my math on it right. So the math is right. You don't have to trust this Excel spreadsheet. We're just going straight off the CDC's website. What's going on with this? So you can see Fauci is the fake news. So we got fake news Fauci. And I think I got a shadow here. It was kind of cool, but it was an accident. So as you can see, if we take this number from the amount of people that died in 2016 Let's zoom it in. You can see you can divide it by 12. Right? Nice and easy math. So we take 2,803,503, and then we divide that by 12. You get 234,458.58 people died. So then, in order to figure out where we're supposed to be here at the start of the 9th month, what we would do is we would multiply that number by 8. And what you would get is 1,875,668 people who would have died. So if you do the net, you can see that 33,990 people would have died, but we have a much larger population right now. So basically, Fauci is fake news. Don't strangle Fauci. We love Fauci. Get the aggression out. All right. Be nice to Fauci. It was the entire CDC that fucked up. It's not fake news Fauci. It's the whole CDC. And don't forget about this one. All right. And so what do we got? Let's do the death rate per 100,000. So how do you do that? You figure out what's the population of the United States. So we went over to the census Gov population clock. And then got the current population. It's about 330 million people. So then you multiply, or you divide the number of people who have died. Divide that by the population. And you multiply it by 100,000. And you get the number of people that would die per 100,000. And what you're going to see, that pops out to be 558 deaths per 100,000. And when you compare that to the 2017 numbers, you're going to see that one's 868.8 deaths per 100,000 people. So these are the CDC's numbers. My math is correct. I bozoed it last time, but this is the real news. How do you bungle this shit up that bad, man? I mean, for real. For real. How do you bungle that shit up that bad? You got a team of like the most brilliant people out there. And then they just completely just neglect this entire thing. You're like, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me get this straight. So about the same amount of people have died, but you're saying that like 180,000 people have died, but we can see our population is bigger and the same amount of people have died as in 2017. Obviously, Fauci is fake news. You should like and subscribe to The Real News. Real Simple News, realsimplenews.net/issue 96 for this show. If you want to see the rest of the shows, there were like a lot of very good videos from this show, actually. So, I've checked these numbers. They're good. I would implore you to also check my numbers. Fact check me if I'm not wrong. Or if I'm wrong, come do another video. Take this down. But until future notice, it's Fake News Fauci and the Fake News CDC, run by Democrats, because only 6% of scientists are Democrats. So they look at everything through a politically biased lens. This causes them to misinterpret the data and shut down our economy unnecessarily. But what they should have done, had they not been cowards who are trying to save people who are going to die anyways, because the truth is that about half of the people who died are over the average age of death. Like 45% are in end-of-life care. So you start slashing off the amount of the people who are dying. They're like, okay, well, we had a test positivity rate of 5%, right? Like, okay. So then you look at the death totals in here. You can see, okay, well, as of September 2nd, there was 170,566 deaths. And then deaths from all causes, 1,847,678. These numbers are just like right in plain sight, too. Right in plain sight. They just don't even know. It's like, oh, well, that's like 9.226% of the population. Like, okay. What's the test positivity rate? Because they're like, oh, the tests are 10 times overly sensitive. Turns out most people weren't actually sick with COVID. They had COVID at some point in time. So it was a higher test positivity rate. But that does not matter. Does not matter at all for us to be able to get the real news. Is that if you have a test positivity rate of 5%, then you're going to expect there to be 5% of the dead people also too are going to have COVID in their system. And this does not mean that they died from COVID. This means that 5% of the people at that point in time had COVID. I mean, I know this is completely fucking obvious, right? I mean, for real. This is pretty fucking obvious, right? I mean, it's not that COVID is fake news. It's one of many diseases, all of them being life-threatening when put in combinations with other things. But, as we can see, obviously, death count lower per capita than in 2017. So, Fauci, fake news. Fake news Fauci. He's fake news Fauci. He's the fake news. Fauci is the fake news. Fauci is the fake news. CDC is a fake news. All right. This is my fact check. I think I'm done with that. Prove me wrong. Shred me a new one. Make me look like an idiot. I already got the show chopped up into clips. So if I have to pull this section and post the real news, I'll do that. It took a lot of work to do that. I saw my numbers were wrong, so I did the right thing. And I scrubbed the show for any potential misinformation. And then I came back and gave you the real news. So you should like and subscribe down below to keep this channel going. And don't forget to follow me on Facebook and support me because I am constantly attacked by crazy radicalized leftists and my life is in danger. I do need to actually come up with money to purchase body armor to protect and weapons to protect myself from the crazy black looter mob and the Antifa Nazis because at some point in time they are going to try to come kill me at my house for making YouTube videos and thrashing them a new one, just ripping that asshole right open because it's just so damn easy. But this is the journalism that you can expect. You can expect fact checks and entertainment. White privilege! All right. So, we have proven that Fauci is the fake news, that Real Simple News is the real news. And you should like and subscribe below, because why the fuck not, right? Why have fake news when you can have really entertaining real news, right? Right. Moving on down the line, down into the intellectual dark web rabbit hole. Now we're going to go into QAnon land. You do have to admit, this is a lot more IDW than Brett Weinstein. Other people have networks and they can't like jeopardize them. Me personally, I've been canceled by the left. I have nothing left to lose. I don't give a fuck. I like to have a good time. So I can do whatever I want. They can't do anything to stop me, because I am the privileged white male with the white privilege factory. Fauci has got that fake news. Fauci got that fake news. Fake news, Fauci. Fake news, CDC. That's my new song. Fake news, Fauci. Fake news, CDC. Oh, dear. Oops. Sorry. Huh. Apparently it's not working. But hey, computer hasn't crashed. Fake news, Fauci. Fake news, Fauci. Here we go. This next article from Newsweek, QAnon believer Tracy Lovorn wins Massachusetts Republican primary unopposed. A supporter of the QAnon conspiracy has won her White House primary in Massachusetts after facing no challenger. Because that's just how good QAnon is. You can't step to QAnon. They don't even try to run against QAnon because they know QAnon fights against corruption and against pedophilia and against child rightery. So how can you hate on that? Oh, it's far right conspiracy theory. Right. Like it's like fringe. Like there's no reason why anybody would ever think that there's like cartels with billions of dollars and human trafficking networks that are human trafficking people. They're paid off politicians. I mean, right? Like that would be completely insane to think that, right? But this is the world that we live in. The world where the crazy lunatic leftists want to go on dogma because they saw something on Wikipedia that said that, and they probably just unaware that Wikipedia is just some crazy, bizarre leftist shit. There's just like no sense to it. A lot of times. They have some facts on Wikipedia. I've authored things on Wikipedia. I've for like science articles, coined some terms in science on Wikipedia, like the qualia interface for when you interface all of your sensory perceptions together into a computer, named after the colorblind scientist Mary, who was trying to experience qualia. I just, it is the correct term. I did pick the right term. But these people on Wikipedia, it's like a mob anarchy rule of... And then you've got foreign governments interfering with Wikipedia, such as the Chinese government. They have their own version of Wikipedia that, with their own version of World War II and communism, and they make it sound really good, and they make capitalism sound really bad. And then the Chinese people are firewalled off, and they get fed fake news from fake news Xi Jinping. And in order to keep their stranglehold on the democratic and capitalist-loving people of China, so they got to change our Wikipedia to make it in lines with their Wikipedia. And their people will also to do the same thing, because these are the facts that they think are true. This is the problem with Wikipedia, is that it is a gigantic espionage device. I mean, for real, man. You want to get some espionage data on some political candidates, start a Wikipedia page on them, and then show that Wikipedia page to people around their neighborhood. And then you will get spies, or our own people will volunteer espionage information right on Wikipedia. And just people are just completely oblivious to the fact that this can be a cyber weapon. You're like, well, of course this can be a cyber weapon. they can brainwash you. They could cause riots over fake news. They can cause people to assassinate people. There's all kinds of shit that you can do on Wikipedia that bad news bears. That's why I do Wiki Spy, a open source tool to monitor Wikipedia for tampering by hostile actors and political bias. That's why you should donate to Real Simple News, like and subscribe, share this post on social media, because when the time came to help my country out, that's what I've done. I also too made open source ventilator for the pandemic. This was when I discovered the news was fake. I looked into the ventilator thing. I'm like, this is fucking fake news. It's just like fit like it, and then you start noticing, and you're like, wow, this RSS feed is flooded with fake news. Wow. Next thing you know, you're up here doing like 5-6 hour fake news shows like multiple times a week. Hundreds of fake news articles per week. Not all fake news. Hold on. A lot of it's real news. But then we want to be the first person to report on the story. They don't get all the facts. And it's fairly innocent, the errors that they make. And then a lot of them are politically biased. And then we end up with race riots. And then they say QAnon is far right, even though it stands against government corruption. I don't know. I mean, far right is supposed to be like left-right politics. It's supposed to be like farthest left is flattest high social hierarchy, communism. Farthest right, steepest social hierarchy, Nazism. That's why we call it far right. That's why we call them far left. They're extremists, right? But then they want you to think anything that stands against criminals is now far right, because obviously the far left is criminals. They don't want you to know. They don't want you to stand against pedophilia. They want you to let them do whatever the F they want. In this next article from the Daily Mail, pedophiles are using cheese and pizza emojis to communicate secretly on Instagram. The emojis have been used to identify thousands of potential pedophile accounts on social media accessing explicit images of children. More than 2,000 have already been shut down. Like, it's just this fringe lunatic conspiracy theory, right? Pedophiles, India from London said the symbols can mean girl or little girl on Instagram. She has used emojis to identify thousands of potential pedophile accounts. More than 2,000 were removed by Instagram after they were flagged by her. And the cheese is a C, and then the pepperoni is a P. And so when you put them together, it spells child pornography. So when you see this, if somebody's got a cheese pizza and a pepperoni pizza, you just popped a pedo. Maybe. Maybe not. Probably not going to be 100% guilty. Some of them might just be actually have just thought cheese pizza, pepperoni pizza. They just copied and pasted them, and it just so happened that was happening. But there's a creepy number of pedophiles around. And they definitely have a massive, gigantic army of cartel drug dealers. Find this video. Let's load. Sorry. This one's good enough. So we can see in this next story from Russia Today, it says intimidation tactics, ? Video showing cartel army with armored vehicles in Mexico prompts government inquiry. So we can see in this really, really creepy video, we can see a terrorist drug cartel and their heavily armed henchmen.
¡Arriba el señor de los gallos! ¡Arriba el señor Mencho! ¡Arriba el señor Mencho! ¡Arriba el señor Mencho! ¡Arriba el señor de los gallos!
Just keeps going, huh?
¡Pura gente del señor Mencho! ¡Grupo
It really does seem like you got some like clever computer graphic thing. Like, okay, you're just showing the same soldiers over and over. It's just like a repeating loop. No. That's not how it's supposed to be. You can't enforce your immigration laws because you're not allowed to keep these people out. That would be far right to keep these people out, right? So instead, we have to promote cultural Marxism in the United States. Make sure the white man can't enforce them immigration laws. Going. And so it's just one dude's army. These people are getting heavily armed. If we cut off their drug supply, their drug trading routes, then maybe their standing army in the United States of almost 11 million illegal immigrants, with X percentage of them working for the cartel, then maybe they'll come and attack. maybe these people might have paid off some of our politicians here in the United States to in their narcotics trafficking organization. Possibly they're under threat. So the idea that QAnon is this like crazy idea is actually crazy itself. Obviously, there's extremely powerful drug cartels, and they obviously pay off Mexican politicians. This is true. In fact, they also kill them too, regularly. So one must assume there's probably at least one of our politicians who's been paid off by these people, and that possibly there could actually be a connection to a sex trafficking ring where there are people engaging in sex with minors and doing drugs, and then possibly politicians can be blackmailed with videos of them doing that, and then you could end up with a QAnon conspiracy. And so whether or not this is true, we're if you're going to support it, because it's kind of hard to find evidence for something like this, you have to go off of the statistics. Right? Like, what's the statistical chance that the cartel has paid off at least one politician? Pretty high. Probably close to 100%, right? So then what is the chance that this person was involved with a human trafficking network? A sex trafficking network. It's like a politician who is banging hookers and doing blow. Not 100%. But not zero. It's not a black swan. Not by any means. Is that a black swan? That would be something that we would probably expect more than one politician to be involved in. Something like that. Who knows what it is? You had Jeffrey Epstein, which I personally think a lot of that is just fake news. It's I think that they were paying masseuses, and they were justifying reasons to give the women they're hanging out with money to keep the party going, because they're like banging them, they're like giving them massages and hand jobs, and so people need to have money to keep going. So I mean, you could. Most of Jeffrey Epstein's masseuses were above the age of 18. Some of them were under the age of 18. But Jeffrey Epstein liked to take videos of powerful people having sex with prostitutes and using that against him. So there is some evidence there. Will we ever know? I don't know. I'm agnostic about it. Can't just say that this is just some far right conspiracy theory, because far right's like Nazism and fascism. And if you ask me, these QAnon people are the opposite of fascism. They're like anti-corruption. They look at this video and they're like, holy shit, this is insane. This is El Mencho. That is a paramilitary force. So to think that these people don't have any of these guys paid off, you know, there was also that Brennan Center for Justice report that came out, hidden in plain sight, alleging the white supremacist infiltration and far-right militancy in law enforcement. And it's fake news. This guy is fake news, Michael Gurman. Fake news, Michael Gurman. He's the fake news. Because what he's saying is, what he says in here is, I can't remember the exact paragraph where, that it's extremely rare that these events actually happen, that there's KKK or neo-Nazis infiltrating the cops. So he lists some, I don't know, maybe 20 examples or something of it stretching from the past 30 years. And he does say at some point in here that, of course, it's extremely rare for this stuff to happen. But then the fake news media, or the fake news industrial complex, this then turns into there's white supremacists infiltrating law enforcement all around the world, around the country, and that you have to be afraid because that's what they do. It's a game of telephone. It starts out as something where it's like, okay, well, we found some dudes that are like KKK-ish. And therefore, then that means that all cops have been infiltrated by white supremacists. This is fruitcake. But we do have some evidence of some white supremacist gangs from LA, and the LAPD settled these lawsuits, so we don't know exactly what happened inside of these things. But okay, well, we've got some white supremacist gangs. Are they like doing some corrupt shit? Are they getting paid to turn a blind eye? What's going on here? How many of these guys are there? All right, it's pretty rare. But it can happen that there's gangs that take over a police department. 100%. There's definitely nothing sketchy about that at all. Oh, hold on. Everything's sketchy about that. There's nothing fringe or conspiracy theory thing like, okay, yeah, sure, yeah, we're definitely going to have some corrupt cops every once in a while. Probably going to be like doing some crazy weird drugs, and then they're like trying to make it so their dudes don't get busted. Now, can we say that that's happening all over the place, or that isn't happening in one place right now, currently? Chances are pretty high that it's happening in at least one place in the country. So, I mean, which ones of these people are then involved in sex trafficking rings? And obviously, you can say, oh, well, there's a number of different avenues and routes in which this QAnon thing all of a sudden is starting to not look like a fruitcake conspiracy theory, but instead actually looking like a real anti-corruption political movement, organic grassroots movement. That some of it's kind of fruity, but you know what? If you look at the Democratic Party, that's just straight fucking crazy. It's like white feminism, anti-white racism, pandering to minorities, trying to replace the white people with immigrants because 2/3 of them vote for Democrats and they're socialists. You want to get rid of the white man's culture because they're cultural Marxists. So we got to take out them statues. We got to race riot all over the country over fake news. Get all kinds of millions of dollars in scam donations and then use it to burn your city down. All right, I think QAnon's pretty mild compared to this. I mean, yeah, it probably makes some people on the internet act like jerks. So does being a Democrat, right? So does being an Antifa. Like, join the club. So, I don't know. I think even the left's own data supports that there could be corruption. Obviously, there could be corruption. We got the pedos using the cheese pizza for the child pornography. Operating in plain sight. There's hundreds of thousands of sex trafficking victims in the U.S. Chances are some of these have been sex trafficked by powerful people. Are they a satanic pedo cult? Probably a little bit of, I don't know where the satanic part came in. I haven't read the original stuff. I'm just kind of going off of information that you can see on the internet. This is the intellectual dark web. Shining light through the dark web. What is this QAnon thing? Is it legit? We're just going to cut this off. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Another thing. I already debunked Fauci's fake news. Fake news Fauci. Fake news. He's a fake news Fauci. He's fake news. Who's got the fake news? CDC's got the fake news. As Fauci debunks Trump's death toll tweet, here are 4 times he contradicted the coronavirus. See, that's the thing. Like, well, there's no confusion that 180 people have died with COVID in their system. But there is a confusion as to whether or not all of there's more people who died. Because usually if you're saying there's a pandemic that killed millions of people, you would assume that there would be millions of extra people that would die, as opposed to less people that would have died normally had there not been a pandemic. Because if that was the case, well, your entire story would just fall apart here. But I already did the story. Said, oh, it's the 6% thing that they reported. I was like, okay. So really, are they just trying to defend themselves? Let's read through this shit, because I mean, really, when you look at what these people are doing, they're bozos. This next article from Batshit Crazy Land, as it's from Newsweek, as Fauci debunks death toll. Here, wait a minute, hold on. In this next fake news article from Fake Newsweek, as Fauci debunks death toll, retweet, here are 4 more times he's contradicted president on coronavirus, aka the Wu flu, or the Kung flu, or the China virus, or the CCTP virus. Dr. Anthony Fake News Fauci, a White House coronavirus task force member and top infectious disease expert and brainwashed drone Democrat henchman, has said there should be no confusion that 180,000 people died from COVID-19 in his latest contradiction. According to President U.S. Donald Trump, on Tuesday, Amy Robach of Good Morning America asked the director of National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases to respond to a tweet shared by the president containing a false claim, which was later removed by Twitter. The tweet claimed the fake news CDC has quietly updated the COVID numbers to admit only 6% of the reported deaths actually died from COVID. Just about 9,000 people died from the disease. Let's see what the real news says. Real news says the CDC. It's got that fake news. Here's the data from the CDC of the first 103,339 people who died from COVID. And you'll see that about half of them were over the average age of death. About 45% of them were in end-of-life care. So according to Fake News Fauci, you don't die from old age anymore. You die from COVID because they're brainwashed Democrat drones over there at the CDC. They're in a monoculture, heterodoxy, groupthink echo chamber where they all think the same. They don't question. They're not skeptical enough. They don't go in here and say, well, hey, look, your numbers are completely fucked up. Hey. So let me get this straight. The people that are up in the old folks' home, end of life care, they ain't leaving their house. They in quarantine, dude. So we need to shut down the entire society for the rest of us. And then the entire time, it's just fake news. We already showed this earlier in my fact check, where you could see that in the 2017 numbers coming from the CDC, final data table for 2017, you see 813,503 people died. So you divide that up by 12, you're going to get 234,448.58 people. Times it by 8. This is the beginning of the 9th month, and you're going to see that only 33,990 people, 0.67 people extra died beyond the projections from 2017. But there's more people. There's like 10 million more people. So then we got to start looking at the death rate, and you're like, oh, well, look, in 2017, it was 863.8 deaths per 100,000. But then when we take this number of deaths from the CDC, from right here, this 1,847,678, divided by the number of people in the United States, according to the census.gov population clock. And then you see that the deaths come out to 558 people per 100,000. So there's some discrepancy here in between the numbers. And they're saying, all right, well, including all COVID deaths, that was 170,566 deaths. But then from all deaths, it's, this is like 9.26% of all the deaths. About 1.8 million. So you do the math on that. It's 9.2%. Test positivity rate of what? Go through COVIDnet. What was the test positivity rate? See all these red ones? Right, because they took samples from these people when they died. Like, oh, we took a sample. So what this means, here are these little red ones. These are the positivity rates. See, it's over here. It's going back down. So we can see in the tests, they were positive. Here when it peaked a couple of different times, and the tests weren't very accurate. But they don't have to be accurate to be able to extrapolate the data from here to prove fake news Fauci wrong. What you're going to end up here is you're going to end up with some percentage of people that are dying that would have had this COVID, or even whether or not, they were 5% of these people who died were statistically likely to have COVID in their system because 5% of the other people did too. So no, fake news Fauci. That does not mean that killed 5% of the people who died. That means that 5% of the people who died tested positive for COVID, and that Fauci is the fake news, and CDC's got the fake news. Well, you should like and subscribe to this channel, because I cover the real news. And I tell it like it is, real talk. Fake news, Fauci. This next article from the New York Post, Twitter removes QAnon theory about COVID-19 stats retweeted by President Trump. The Twitter has... Oh, wait. You know what? I got to cancel. I just read this in the other one. I'm sorry. I should have just noticed that. More fake news. Fauci. This next article from the Daily Mail. Children under the age of 10 are almost 20 times less likely to die from an injury than COVID-19. Sorry. They're 20 times more likely to die from an injury than COVID-19. Putting it into scales, it just goes to show you people are overreacting. It said the research led by Newcastle University also found the risk of COVID-19 deaths in those between ages of 10 and 19 was 3 times lower than dying from an injury. So, safe to send the kids to school. That was fake news. In fact, actually, the school is much safer for them to be at. The home, not very safe for some kids. There's a lot of pedo parents out there watching that fake incest porn, and they're acting out. They're inciting sexual violence against children. And so you leave these people in the custody of their predatory parents, and they will become victims. Can't leave the kids alone for too long. There's too many creepy people. And the kids need to go to school, and they're getting hurt. Some of them are even killing themselves. This next article from Daily Mail. Children are at greater risk from measles than from COVID, says Britain's most senior pediatrician. Professor Russell Viner advised parents to send their children back to school, claiming he's far more worried about the risk to children than measles or risk to children from measles than COVID. Definitely going to have to agree with him. Kids need to be in school. We can't be shutting down the schools to try to save old people who are going to die anyways. They're in quarantine. If we develop herd immunity faster, they can be in quarantine for a shorter period of time. So I don't know about you, but I look at the COVID death tolls by age group. The risk isn't there. Sorry, it's 5:30 in the morning. How many more of these articles we got? This is just like crazy how long this one is. What do we got? I might just like because there is a lot. I might just go to sleep and stop the show and then just do it again tomorrow because I can do that. I have liberty to do that. It's like 5:30. I've been up here for 5.5 hours. I do want to go to sleep. I can do that. I've gotten through the fake news Fauci and the CDC. And because I have no rules when I do, I'm going to go to bed because, I mean, I was trying to get through like 80 articles. And that's just crazy. So I got through 40 of them. I'm going to wake up, try to do 40 more, and then go pump out 70, 80 YouTube videos on all of these. And then I'm trying to make more of the double speed funny clips. So got to do more funny hand motions. And so I'm going to shut the stream down just because I'm not Superman. It's 5 hours or 6 hours into the stream. Wasn't expecting to get through it. I was trying to get to a place, and then I can just take a break, and then I can come back because I just chop the videos up later, so it doesn't really matter when I do it. But anyways, I'm gonna go to sleep because I do actually have a human body. I am not completely invincible. So thank you for watching Real Simple News on Friday, September 4th. It's going to be continued whenever I wake back up because there's too many good articles to read. And so thank you for watching. Again, my name is Caleb McCullough, a.k.a. Captain Kabuki, captain of the Kabuki Starship. Find me on GitHub, github.com/Kabuki Starship. So until then, thank you for watching the show. And tune back in tomorrow, and then you'll get... we will get more COVID stuff with China news, more censorship, mail-in voting stuff. You'll get more crime around the country. China news. I went over that, but thank you for watching the show. I want to go on, but honestly, it's going to be a long time, and I really do actually need to go to sleep. So thank you for watching. Have a good night. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. As I say every time, farewell, sayonara, aloha. Farewell, sayonara, aloha. Peace be with you, and Godspeed in your journey.